Michelle Shranker married a high-flying husband with the Midas touch.
He just took my breath away. I never met anyone like him before.
They were the couple that everybody wanted to be.
It was an ideal life until Michelle's husband did the unthinkable.
A lot of people are greedy, and they don't care who they hurt to get it.
The news was saying that he had faked his own death.
Michelle's husband was now a wanted man, and their marriage front-page news.
The story in itself is just so fascinating.
I was just like, I am in some sort of sick dream.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always as they seem. Michelle Shranker is as pretty as they come. Growing up in Indiana, everyone knew that someday she'd make a beautiful bride.
Being raised in a Catholic family, you just didn't get divorced. I mean, when you were in a marriage, you were in it for good. So I was getting married once, and that was going to be it.
Michelle never expected to meet her match when she was just out of high school. But in the summer of 1993, a chance encounter at a local hangout changed her life forever.
Marcus was with a friend that I went to high school with, and he was very attractive. He just kind of caught my eye as I was standing there, and apparently I started staring at him, not knowing it.
For Michelle, it was love at first sight. And Marcus, a college student, seemed to feel the same. He literally swept Michelle off her feet.
My first date, he took me flying. I really don't even like to fly, but I liked him so much that I just went for it. It was a really exciting first date.
Marcus, an avid pilot, was determined to impress Michelle. And it worked. 2 years later, she became his wife.
I didn't have any wedding jitters, you know, like girls sometimes do. I knew this was the man I was meant to be with.
Michelle was always very, very devoted. She would just put him on a pedestal and really admired him.
It was the love of my life, and I just felt so at peace about it.
Once they were married, Marcus and Michelle lived life in the fast lane. Marcus landed a good job as a financial advisor at an investment firm. During his free time, he flew in air shows, performing death-defying stunts.
I would definitely say he's a risk taker. That's why I think we balance each other out. I'm more of, you know, the one that kind of settles him a bit and grounds him more.
By the late 1990s, the couple seemed to have it all. Marcus started his own company, managing million-dollar pension funds. Michelle was happy as a stay-at-home mom with their 3 kids in an affluent Indianapolis suburb known as Cocktail Cove.
Cocktail Cove was typically where the boaters on the lake tend to tie up on the weekends and party.
They had a gorgeous house. It was McMansion, I guess is how they refer to it. It had nice bedrooms, finished basement, movie theater. It was a really beautiful house.
In a place where appearances meant everything, the Shrankers seemed just about perfect. But behind closed doors, it was a different story.
He had a bit of a temper. It was a bit like walking on eggshells. Never quite knew who was coming through the door at 5 o'clock, so you just had to be prepared for it.
Even the Shrankers' nanny couldn't help but notice Marcus's mood swings.
He'd be happy one minute and then the next he'd be upset about the littlest thing. You know, he'd be trying to clean the garage. If the kids weren't right out there right away, he'd get upset and start yelling.
Ever the loyal wife, Michelle did what she could to keep the peace at home. But 10 years into their marriage, putting a smile on Marcus's face wasn't so easy anymore.
He had to be perfect, had to have perfect clothes. She had to be perfect. I think it was a lot of pressure for her. I mean, you've seen her, she's beautiful. And he would tell her that she was heavy, overweight.
There seemed to be no pleasing Marcus, who by now was spending little time at home.
You know, he would say he was going one place and go another. I knew something was wrong.
I could tell she was getting stressed. She kind of put on the fake smile when she was like, I'm okay, everything's good. But I could tell that it was getting to her.
By January of 2009, the Shrankers' marriage was already in trouble when Marcus announced he was taking a last-minute out-of-town trip.
He had come home Sunday and said he was going to visit his father down in Florida, which wasn't, unusual.
It was kind of like, okay, if that's where you're going, okay, see you later.
But this trip would be unlike any other. On January 11th, 2009, Marcus took off at 6:45 in the evening from an Indiana airport headed for Destin, Florida. By 9 o'clock, Michelle learned that Marcus never made it to his destination.
I got a call from a control tower, I believe it was in Alabama, asking for his cell number. They said they had lost contact. I didn't think much of it. I mean, it's not uncommon to lose contact.
But later that night, Michelle's phone rang a second time.
About 12:30, I got another call from the Air Force. That's when I knew something was really wrong.
Marcus's plane was nowhere to be found. And that was just the beginning of a bizarre story. One that would soon make the Shrankers household names. In December of 2007, a year before Marcus Shranker's mysterious disappearance, his wife Michelle had a sneaking suspicion he was up to no good. He was spending so much time away from home that Michelle began to wonder if there was another woman.
Something in my gut just said, this isn't right. Just something's not right about it. And that's when I started checking the phone bills. I started looking in just to see if I could find a similar number that was called over and over again. And I happened to find one that was called every day about the same time every morning and about the same time every night.
The phone number belonged to a woman who worked at the airport where the Shrankers stored their private plane.
When I confronted him, he said she was just a friend. Nobody talks to a friend for 2 months, 5 times a day, every morning, every night.
Michelle was determined to prove that Marcus was cheating. So she enlisted her nanny Rachel to help her do it. The other woman lived in Rachel's apartment building.
There were nights when he would not show up at home, so I would ask Rachel if she would look outside her window to see if she could see his car.
It was dark, so I couldn't really see anything. So I got in my car and I drove past and I saw his car. So I drove by a second time and then I drove by a third time just to make sure, because it was a very obvious car that I knew was his.
It looked like Marcus was a cheater. But Michelle, a devout Catholic, believed in for better or for worse. Determined to keep her marriage going, she demanded Marcus end his affair.
He said he wouldn't talk to her anymore. I made him make the call in front of me. And then he still continued to talk to her.
He would move out for a day or two and then he'd move back in, and then for a couple weeks it would be okay, and then it would blow up again.
After sharing her husband with another woman for over a year, Michelle finally had enough. She filed for divorce on December 30th, 2008.
I told him I would only do this so long, and I gave him a year. I was not starting a new year with her in it.
But the very next day, Michelle would learn that Marcus was much more than a cheater.
It was New Year's Eve, And I was still in bed, and my 6-year-old was watching cartoons. And he came up to get me and said, "There's a policeman downstairs that wants to talk to you." When I got down there, I was shocked to see this police officer and several other people behind him.
While Michelle's husband was on a tropical getaway with his girlfriend, Indiana authorities raided their home and Marcus's office.
They took all of our computers, a lot of old boxes that had files Marcus had kept in his office.
Marcus, the financial golden boy, was under investigation for bilking his clients out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. According to investigators, he had created a phony investment scheme called the Euro Fund.
I said, "I don't even know what a Euro Fund is. Just, can you explain to me what a Euro Fund is?" And she said, "It's what your husband had clients invest in. And it doesn't exist, and now they're looking for their money."
We lost around $150,000. We were shocked because we had trusted him totally.
According to investigators, at least 8 lawsuits were pending against Marcus. If convicted, he could spend years in prison.
I had no idea what was going on.
The first person you want there is your husband to fix it and to tell you what's going on. And he's sitting in Key West.
When Marcus finally showed up, he didn't have much to say.
He just kept saying, "Everything will be fine. It's a mistake. I'll take care of it."
But first, Marcus insisted he had to fly down to Florida for a last-minute trip to see his dad.
He dumped it in her lap and tried to take off and leave it to her to clean up the mess.
At 6:45 p.m. on January 11, 2009, Marcus took off from a local airport. Later that same night, Michelle received startling news. The plane he was piloting was missing.
He took off from Anderson Municipal Airport, which is just north of Indianapolis. He made a distress call somewhere over central Alabama to the FAA, said his windshield had imploded.
In response to the distress call, the Air Force sent fighter jets to search for the plane. And what they saw inside was mind-boggling.
They looked and did not see anybody in the cockpit.
A plane that appeared to have no pilot.
I was like, where did he go? How did he get out of the plane?
Where in the world was Marcus Shranker? Just 2 days after he was accused of investment fraud, Michelle Shranker's estranged husband disappeared into thin air. And the mystery surrounding his missing plane only deepened when investigators showed up at Michelle's door at 3 in the morning.
They came inside and said they needed to talk to me. They told me his plane had gone down, but that they were out looking for him because there was nobody in the plane, which I just found a little puzzling, but a little relief that there was still hope that he was okay.
Investigators had discovered Marcus's empty plane crashed in a swamp in Milton, Florida.
At first I was thinking, well, maybe he did hit his head and he's wandering around in the swamp, confused or hurt or something.
But what investigators found next told a much different story.
When he radioed the FAA, he said that his windshield had imploded, and when they later found the wreckage, they found the windshield of the plane to be intact. So it's pretty clear that that was a fake distress call.
Investigators were no longer convinced this was an accident. They began to wonder if the daredevil pilot had jumped out of the plane in mid-flight, leaving the airplane to crash on its own.
I was just like, I am in some sort of sick dream of something. What do you mean parachuted out?
There were a lot of things in his life that kind of all came down at the same time. And that suggests, I guess from a psychological standpoint, what would be his motivation for bailing out of this plane.
Could it be true? Had the embattled financial investor tried to fake his own death so he could escape mounting legal troubles back home?
I think that he thought that he was smart enough to autopilot that plane right into the Gulf of Mexico. He had already radioed in that the windshield had imploded and he was bleeding profusely. So if the plane goes down in the ocean, they can't find him, they can't find the plane. I definitely think he thought he was going to get away with it.
But that's not how it played out. Marcus Shranker was now at the center of a nationwide manhunt.
I know his world was caving in on him, but there's no way to get away with all of this. There's nowhere to run. It's all going to catch up with you. You can't leave 3 kids behind and your family.
Marcus was in big trouble and taking his family down with him. As soon as word got out that Marcus had disappeared, the Shranker's financial assets were frozen. Meanwhile, rumors were flying around Cocktail Cove. Everyone wanted to know if the woman who lived in one of the biggest houses on the block knew what her husband was up to.
I think the gut reaction with Michelle and Marcus is that they're both involved somehow. The image of this wealthy, beautiful couple living in a mansion-like home, you kind of assume that they come as a package deal.
After all, the stay-at-home mom was even listed as CFO of her husband's company.
I simply wrote out the checks. That's it. Writing out checks doesn't mean I know everything about what he was doing. I wasn't turning a blind eye. I wasn't doing anything. I trusted him. You're supposed to trust your husband.
And even though she lost $150,000, good friend Kathy Boone stood by Michelle.
She paid the bills and she raised her children. So it wasn't like she had hands-on. She was caught off guard as much as we were.
She was angry at him that this was going on, but she was also worried for his safety too, because he is the father of her children.
Michelle had every reason to worry about her husband. Things were about to get even worse.
And I just kept saying, it just doesn't seem like something he would do. Are you sure it's him?
On January 12, 2009, the search was still on for Michelle Shranker's missing husband. It appeared that Marcus tried to fake his own death by parachuting out of his plane in midair.
Who imagines in 2 weeks you're filing for a divorce, your house is being, searched, and then within another week your husband's gonna crash a plane? No one in their right mind can anticipate something like this happening.
She was exhausted. She wasn't sleeping because she had no idea what was going on, but she was trying to hold it together as best she could for the kids because she didn't want them to know.
Finally, the hunt for Marcus ended on January 13th, when the embattled financial investor was discovered at a local Florida campground.
We had the TV on and they said they had found him with his wrist cut in the tent.
He had slit his wrist in an apparent suicide attempt, and they basically found him in a pool of his own blood and took him to the hospital.
It just seems so sad and pathetic and just so lonely.
Marcus recovered from his injuries. On June 5th, 2009, he pled guilty to destruction of an aircraft and making a false distress call to the Coast Guard.
It was sad to me what he had become and where he was. I just wish he would have asked for help.
I think he was just way too far in over his head. And I think pushed against a wall, he wasn't gonna live like that.
In August of 2009, Marcus Shranker was sentenced to 4 years in prison. And his troubles are far from over. He still faces 9 counts of securities fraud.
You get away with things for so long, and there becomes a sense of power that, you know, you're invincible. And for a long time was able to get away with a lot. He took people's money and fooled a lot of people in the process.
No matter what anyone says, Marcus maintains he's innocent and plans to fight the charges in court. Ever since her husband turned their once picture-perfect life upside down, Michelle Shranker has struggled to come to grips with it all. She's now a working mom, trying to figure out how to make ends meet.
I know I can't carry this anger forever for him, for what he did. And I know I'll have to forgive him someday, because I can't carry this for me or my kids.
But it's hard to leave the past behind when so many still think you're in on it.
People who said they were friends of Michelle's and Marcus's stopped talking to her. They thought, well, she had to have known because that's her husband.
Well, you definitely learn who your friends are when something bad happens, and that definitely rings true in my life, in every sense of the word. I don't think anything bigger than this can happen.
Judith Mawson wanted nothing more than to be a devoted wife, and she thought she had finally found a man who appreciated her.
Gary was my friend, my lover, my companion, my everything.
She couldn't wait to come home. She'd run to the door with open arms.
They couldn't have been happier in my eyes. It was like a marriage made in heaven.
But Judith's happy life would vanish when her husband Gary was accused of being one of the most notorious criminals in American history.
There was just these continual calls of more bodies being discovered. It was the most famous unsolved murder case in America.
I remember going over and sitting down on the couch, and I just sat there and cried and cried.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always as they seem. Love hasn't always come easy to Judith Mawson. When she was just 20 years old, an Englishman with a sophisticated flair swept this small-town girl off her feet.
It was like love at first sight. I met him in like September of 1964, and then we were married in January of 1965, just a few months later.
Soon, the couple had 2 children and a tidy house outside of Seattle. But just after their 3rd anniversary, Judith's husband dropped a bombshell.
He said, "Judith, there's something I need to tell you." He told me that he's bisexual, and I said, "Well, what's that?" I had no idea what it was.
Judith did her best to make it work, but after almost 20 years of marriage, she decided to strike out on her own.
I was getting more independent as time went by. And that's when I got divorced from him, because I did not want to live his lifestyle anymore.
8 months after her divorce, Judith was finally coming into her own. One evening at a local bar, a tall stranger with a big smile walked up and asked her to dance. His name was Gary Ridgway.
We danced to the country western music, and that was fun and nice. Later on, as the evening went by, he kind of bent down and kissed me. And like, wow.
In the months that followed, Judith and Gary got to know one another.
Gary was so kind and gentle and attractive. always smiling and pleasant. He never got angry.
Gary was practically perfect, except for that nasty scarring on his right arm.
I asked him about the scars on his arm. He just told me that he was working on a car and it caught on fire and burned his arm. And I felt bad for him because it was pretty painful. It did not look good.
Judith accepted Gary's explanation and thought no more about it. Just a few months later, Gary surprised Judith by asking her to live with him.
He invited me to move in his house. And then I remember saying to him, well, I've got a lot of furniture.
And Gary's house needed a woman's touch. After all, half the carpet in the bedroom had been ripped out and never replaced.
He invited her to go with him to the carpet store, and he asked her opinion on color and style of carpet, and of course she was delighted to do it.
As odd as the ripped carpet was to Judith, she was thrilled her boyfriend wanted her help in making a home together.
She would just look at him with them eyes, and you know that she loved him. This was her man, you know.
After so many years, life and love were finally good to Judith. She found part-time work at a daycare center and happily kept house, while Gary worked long hours painting trucks at a plant outside of Seattle. But just 2 years into their relationship, the couple's cozy life together was shaken by an unexpected visit.
In 1987, I was working in the daycare center, and 3 very big and tall detectives said they wanted to talk to me, and I had to go with them. I was scared. I didn't know what was happening. And they started questioning me about Gary.
Detectives told her that they had picked up Gary that day and that they were questioning him.
Was Judith's perfect boyfriend keeping a dark secret?
I didn't know who to believe or what to believe.
Judith told me, they have the wrong guy. This cannot be possible.
After a difficult first marriage, Judith Mawson felt sure that her new boyfriend, Gary Ridgway, was a man she could trust.
Gary was my friend, my lover, my companion, my everything.
So Judith was shocked when just 2 years into their relationship, she was visited by several detectives from the local sheriff's department. They wanted to talk to Gary in connection with the Green River Killer investigation.
That was the first time I'd ever heard about it, the Green River Killer, because I never listened to the news, so I didn't know what was going on.
The notorious Green River Killer had been terrorizing the Seattle area for over 5 years.
The Green River Killer was the most famous unsolved murder case in America. It was the biggest case that I know of in the country.
Beginning in 1982, the bodies of strangled prostitutes began to surface along the Green River, a body of water that runs parallel to the Pacific Highway.
We started out with 1 victim. Then we found a 2nd victim. Then we found a 3rd victim.
When it got up to 10 or 12, then they started saying, we have a serial killer here, and the news started at that time calling him the Green River Killer.
By 1987, the Green River Killer had murdered over 40 women, making him the most prolific serial killer in American history.
There was no distinct pattern. Sometimes it would literally be back to back, maybe 1 or 2 days apart, and then weeks would go by and we wouldn't have any victims, and then suddenly it would start again.
Desperate for leads, detectives focused on regular drivers on the Pacific Highway, and one of those drivers was Judith's boyfriend, Gary Ridgway.
We had thousands and thousands of tips, and we had to follow up on all of them.
Judith did her best to cooperate, and Gary was brought in for questioning. He seemed unnaturally calm.
He was not asking any questions. He was just quiet.
Gary insisted he had nothing to hide and fully cooperated with the King County forensics team.
We did get a saliva swab and hair samples. He'd taken a polygraph, had passed it, and that was it. It was dropped.
Gary was released several hours later. When he arrived home, he reassured Judith that his interview with police was just par for the course.
You know, he kind of shrugged it off. He told her that they took in many men and questioned them. Obviously, he didn't do it because they let him go. He told her to just forget about it. It was just a mistake. Let's just get back to living life.
I asked him point blank, Gary, do you have anything to do with this? He says, absolutely not, Jim. He said, it's not me, I didn't do it. And we never spoke any more about it.
Life soon returned to normal for Judith and Gary. They settled into a comfortable, predictable routine.
Gary would go in to work 2 hours early for overtime. He would get up about 4 o'clock in the morning, and then he would go down and make coffee and take his vitamins and set out vitamins for me. And then he would pack up his lunch, and then after he got all ready to go to work, he would come up and give me a kiss goodbye. And I always look forward to him coming home.
Gary was methodical in the way that he approached everything. And Judith appreciated that. She liked that predictability.
And after another year together, Judith and Gary knew they were finally ready to tie the knot.
I forget exactly how I said it, but I had told him that, well, we're going to get married. You're not getting rid of me. And he said, all right, let's get married.
Good friends Jim and Linda Bailey volunteered their yard for the occasion.
It was a very pretty day. Jim was Gary's best man, and they just seemed so excited.
They couldn't have been happier in my eyes. It was like a marriage made in heaven.
And I just was so happy to become Mrs. Gary Ridgway.
Meanwhile, the search for the Green River Killer continued. Detectives had begun to notice a strange new pattern in the murders.
We were not finding fresh victims. It appeared that whoever this killer was had either moved away or had decided for whatever reason to either stop or really, really slow down.
Despite a 40-member task force, $15 million, and over a decade of painstaking police work, the investigation had gone cold.
There was a theory at one time that maybe he moved on to a different state. You know, the Green River Killer became really like a legend around here.
As the years passed, Judith and Gary planned for retirement and took pleasure in the little things. Tending their garden, raising 2 poodles, and watching movies at night.
We had a wonderful life.
Judith was sure she'd finally found the man of her dreams, until November 30th, 2001, when her life would be shattered forever.
I heard a car drive in the driveway, and there was this knock on the door. I just kind of lost it. Said, no, this can't be.
It was late fall of 2001, and Judith Mawson had been married to Gary Ridgway for over 13 wonderful years.
Gary made me smile every day. I had the perfect husband, I thought.
November 30th, 2001 began like any other day for Judith.
Gary'd already gone to work in the morning, and I heard a car drive in the driveway. And I thought, oh, it's too early for Gary to come home. And there was this knock on the door, and it was the detectives. They were telling me that he was a suspect for the Green River Killer.
Though Gary had been questioned and released 14 years earlier, he never stopped being a suspect.
They said, we want to talk to you, we want to ask you some questions. And I just sat there and cried.
She was just very disbelieving. And she did say, you guys have already questioned him. You guys have already cleared him.
But this time, detectives could back up their accusations with scientific facts.
DNA wasn't part of our vocabulary in '87. By 2000, new techniques for being able to get DNA profiles out of smaller and smaller and smaller samples. And that's what broke the case for Ridgway. All that evidence that was gathered in '82 and '83 now could be processed, and now they could get a DNA profile.
They were able to link his DNA to some of the bodies that were found. And in addition to that, there were some flecks of paint that were known to be used at the plant where Gary painted trucks associated with some of the bodies.
After almost 20 frustrating years, advancements in forensic science had finally blown this old case wide open. Gary Ridgway was arrested and initially charged with 4 counts of murder.
It was like a big brick wall just dropping down and stopping my life. I was just in such shock.
But Gary insisted he was innocent. Desperate for his wife's support, he called Judith from prison.
He called me and told me that he didn't do anything. And I was just so confused.
He was begging Judith to believe him, that there's no way, that he was a nice man. Come on, Judith, you know me. Am I the kind of guy who would murder women? No. You just hang in there. I'll be home soon.
But Gary didn't come home soon. And over the next year, as investigators continued to build their case against him, Judith's world came completely undone.
She was losing everything she'd ever wanted in her life. I don't think she knew that he wasn't guilty. I think she was hoping that he wasn't guilty. She was hoping with all she had because she knew what she was losing.
Judith spent 2 agonizing years waiting for the case to go to trial.
It was like having your heart ripped open and your life stop.
There was a moment there when she really thought it might be better to just die.
She didn't deserve to have that done to her. And that was hard, to watch her cry. She was out there all alone.
In desperation, Judith clung to Gary's promise that the evidence was wrong and that he would soon be released.
He would tell me, no, he didn't do anything. Everything will get taken care of, it'll all disappear, it'll all get better.
Judith's hopes were about to be destroyed.
How do you plead?
I just sat there with tears going down my face, like this is real.
In November 2003, Judith Mawson sat glued to her TV. Her beloved husband, Gary Ridgway, stood accused of the deaths of dozens of women in a 19-year killing spree.
Gary didn't even look like himself anymore. He was some other person.
For the 2 years leading up to his trial, Gary had insisted that he was innocent. But as Judith watched in horror, he finally admitted the shocking truth.
How do you plead? Guilty.
After I heard him say guilty, after everyone's name, I just sat there with tears going down my face. It was like, it's real. This is it. He did it.
Gary pled guilty to 48 murders in all. For Judith, it was inconceivable. The happiest years of her life were spent with the most prolific serial killer in the history of the United States.
How could he have done something like that?
And as Judith looked back at their 16 years together, things that had seemed so innocent at the time suddenly took on a darker light. There was the mysterious missing carpet,
The detectives told me that he had probably rolled up a body in the carpet and then gotten rid of it.
The early mornings when he said he was putting in overtime.
That's probably when he went out and was picking up these women and killed them.
And even the long scar on his forearm.
One of the women had scratched his arm with her fingernails, and then later on he had poured battery acid on it so that it looked more like a burn.
Inside the loving husband that Judith had known for so long lived a monster, and she never even knew it was there.
I don't know that Gary really understood his own reasons for killing, but there seemed to be sort of a pattern that some of the prostitutes insulted him by telling him to hurry up or disrespecting him in some way. And that would set off rage and the urge to kill.
With dozens of women still missing and unaccounted for in the Seattle area, investigators may never know the full extent of Gary Ridgway's killing spree.
He was the worst of the worst. Imagine someone methodically killing individually and personally every single one of these people, one after the other.
Looking back at all the different serial killer cases within the United States at least, there's been a number of just horrific crimes, and I don't know of any of them that really reach the level of Ridgway.
Ironically, it may have been Gary's relationship with Judith that kept the list of his victims from growing even longer.
The kill rate went down during the years that they were together. He never completely stopped killing, but the frequency did go down. And when I interviewed Gary in prison, he told me that he really loved Judith and that was the happiest time in his life, and that his desire for killing really did go down.
I don't think he ever meant to fall in love, but he did.
Sometimes I still kind of tell myself that, I'm not sure if I'll ever trust another man. So I'm going to be real careful if I ever do meet someone. It has been very traumatic.
From his small cell at Washington State Penitentiary, Gary writes to Judith often.
Before I met you, I had a big empty hole in my heart. When I met you, I knew you were the only one who could fill it. I will always love you. Love you forever, Gary.
In 2003, Judith stopped writing back and filed for divorce.
I want to keep all that poison out of me and get on with my life.
Linda Bergstrom married a Navy man who promised to keep her safe forever.
We were in love with each other. You can feel it.
James is very protective of her. He really cared what she thought.
But Linda would soon discover the hideous truth about her husband's disturbing double life.
During the day, all he ever thought about was attacking women. And at night, that's all he dreamed about.
Tied her hands behind her back and told her I would never hurt her.
What do you do when the man you once loved turns out to be a monster?
I didn't know when he would snap.
And only you can put him behind bars for good.
He did way too much. He needed to be caught.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always as they seem. Linda Bergstrom grew up in a Texas family where children were seen, but not heard.
We were Catholics. There's 2 brothers and 2 sisters. My father, he was rather strict with us. We weren't allowed to have friends. We weren't allowed to walk around the house freely. We were really confined to certain areas.
But after graduating from high school, Linda began to spread her wings. She soon started dating a young man named James Bergstrom.
We met in February of '84. And after a while with us talking and dating, he said, well, will you be my girlfriend? And I said, yes.
20-year-old James worked at the local paint factory. He was quiet and sensitive, and his chivalrous nature won Linda over.
He was very protective of her. He was very solicitous of her. He opened doors. His manners were great. He acted as if he really cared what she thought.
Then, one morning after over a year together, Linda got a phone call that quickly took their relationship to the next level.
James had called me up and he said that he made a decision to join the Navy with his brother. And then he said, but before I go, we're gonna get married.
The proposal came as quite a surprise, but Linda knew she wanted to be with James no matter what.
The day that we got married was on April the 25th, 1985. That morning he called me up and he says, get ready, we're gonna go get married. And I'm like, what, you know? He says, just get dressed, we're gonna go do it.
After their speedy courthouse wedding, the newlyweds moved to Bangor, Washington, so James could begin his new career in the Navy.
We drove to Washington State and it was a beautiful view. Everything was new, everything was exciting.
Enchanted by her new surroundings, Linda quickly settled into her new life in the Great Northwest. James, however, didn't seem to make the transition quite as well.
James started to have this temper. He didn't like being in the military. He hated it. I mean, that's all he talked about was getting out of the service.
James had given the Navy a 4-year commitment, but just months into his service, he became determined to find a way out.
All he talked about is going back home, going back to where his friends were at so he can go out and play basketball. That's all he talked about, those 2 things.
James desperately wanted to move back to Houston, where he promised things would return to normal. But life with James would never be normal again. It all came to a head almost 4 years later, on May 18th, 1989. Linda came home from work to find 2 men in suits waiting for her, and they had shocking news.
One of the men confronted me with his badge, and he says he was a detective, and he told me that James was arrested. He says, your husband was caught watching a 53-year-old woman undress. I was like, whoa, no. You've got to be kidding me.
But a peeping Tom was nothing compared to what James would ultimately prove to be.
I was terrified. At that point, I probably went into shock.
In the fall of 1985, 4 years before James was arrested for peeping on a female neighbor, Linda's new husband was having trouble adjusting to Navy life in Washington State.
James hated being in the Navy, and he despised being out on the submarine. And from his first voyage to his second, it just got worse.
It was sort of like a cycle. We would get into arguments before he went to sea.
When he came back from sea, he would get into arguments again.
As the months passed, the pattern continued. But soon, James appeared to have finally found a healthy way to deal with the stress.
In order to relieve the stress and the anger, James started to take jogs at night, and they got longer and more frequent. Linda didn't mind him taking the jogs. She thought it was a great idea.
And for a while, the nighttime jogging seemed to work.
I noticed that he would kind of mellow out. So everything seemed like it was going okay.
And that life continued without interruption until one night when Linda saw something she was never supposed to see. It was October of 1988. Linda and James were unloading groceries when James suddenly disappeared.
I went upstairs and I turned back and I said, well, where's James? You know, I thought he was helping me with the groceries. So I went downstairs and I kind of looked towards the right and I saw him between the fence and a window. And I looked at him, I says, well, what are you doing? And he saw me and then he picks up a screen and he says, oh, there's this screen, you know, we need a screen for our window.
Linda wasn't sure what she had just witnessed, but she couldn't shake an unmistakable feeling of dread.
I says, no, you were looking in the window, weren't you? He says, no. He says, I wasn't doing that. I questioned that, and he looked rather sincere, you know. He said, I didn't do anything.
Linda was hopeful that the incident was just a misunderstanding. And before long, life returned to normal.
Everything sort of mellowed out, you know. That's when we'd go out places and do things together, and he seemed to be fine.
And life was fine until the spring of 1989, when Protective James began to worry about his young wife's safety.
There was a rapist who had been terrorizing an area called Parkwood for quite some time. He'd been breaking into houses, and James was terrified that this man had shown up at their door.
Parkwood wasn't far from their new home outside of Bangor, Washington, and the media had seized upon the story of the Parkwood rapist.
James told me, you know, there's somebody wearing a ski mask. Lock the doors, you know, make sure the windows are locked.
Linda took appropriate precautions and never thought much about the rapist until just a few weeks later on May 18th, 1989. That was the day when Linda learned that James had been arrested for peeping.
I came into the apartment. There were detectives in the house. They had told me that he was arrested for peeping through a window.
Was James a peeping Tom? The thought was bad enough, but nothing could have prepared Linda for what investigators told her next.
The detective said, we think he is the Parkwood rapist. And I says, look, okay, peeping Tom, maybe, but a rapist, no way. So I said, you know what, I don't understand this. I think at that point, I probably went into shock.
Fearing the worst, Linda went down to the station, where James had already confessed to the peeping incident.
I asked him, I said, did you commit this rape? He says, no. He says, I didn't do any of that.
After several hours in custody and heavy questioning, James was finally released.
The police in the Seattle area really couldn't get enough evidence together to charge James, and the Navy was embarrassed by the situation and just wanted James to leave. So they offered to pay his way back to Houston.
At long last, James was free from the Navy, and Linda was hopeful that moving back to Houston might save their struggling marriage. But things were about to go from bad to even worse.
I wasn't sure who he was at this point. That was like living in hell.
By the fall of 1991, 6 years into their marriage, James and Linda Bergstrom were back in Houston and caring for their 18-month-old daughter. But instead of getting better as he'd promised, life with James had become unbearable.
Linda really tried hard to keep it together, but James's anger escalated, He would become angry over the smallest thing. He didn't like what she was wearing. He didn't like the way she looked at somebody else. He didn't like something she said to someone.
I wasn't sure who he was. I looked at him as if he was a stranger at this point.
By now, Linda had grown suspicious of James's late-night jogs.
Linda didn't mind James taking the jog, but then she began to see some things that troubled her. James had come home and he'd have grass stains in the torn pants. One day she saw him looking through a window at their apartment complex where she knew that there was a woman at home.
James's behavior became increasingly bizarre, and as the fighting grew worse, James became violent.
James was a typical abusive husband in some ways. He would be physically violent with her and then afterward apologize and say that he loved her.
He threatened to kill me many times. I had bruises. I had a black eye. I was terrified.
Meanwhile, Linda wasn't the only woman in the Houston area living in fear. Detectives from the Houston Police Department were already in hot pursuit of another dangerous man, a rapist preying on women in the greater Houston area.
My apartment manager called me one night and advised me that an individual had come into one of the apartment complexes and had attacked a couple of females. When I went over to the apartment and I spoke with the two young ladies, they said he had a gun and he had a very unusual ski mask that he was wearing.
People in Houston were amazed that this was going on right here in the city. It was big news, made big headlines here.
As the list of victims grew to over 20, Linda began to think that the police in Washington state had been right about James all along.
I would always ask him, I says, did you commit that rape? You know, what happened? And he would say, no, I didn't do that. He says, all I did was look through a window and there's nothing wrong, you know, one honest mistake, you know. He says, you're making a big deal out of this.
As she grew more and more certain that her husband was a rapist, Linda knew she was trapped.
Linda couldn't leave him because if she left him and got a divorce, he told her he would fight for custody of their daughter. And she knew that that meant that the daughter could be victimized.
So instead of leaving her abusive husband, Linda did something most unexpected. She turned from a loving wife to a vigilante, determined to help put James in jail.
I thought, you know what? That's it. I'm gonna see to it that this is gonna stop.
She monitored how much gas he had in the car. She monitored when he left for work, kept a record of when he got back. If he was going out with a friend to play basketball, she called the friend, made sure that's where he was really going.
It was important to stay because he needed to be caught. He needed to be put away.
Then, on the night of December 6th, 1991, Linda finally got the break she needed when the phone rang in the middle of the night.
James called me up, told me, hey, you know, I was arrested. He was out late at night and he got pulled over. He says, I didn't have my license. He says, you're gonna come out here and pay my bond and I'll be out.
Early the next morning, after James was released, Linda went to retrieve his car from the impound lot.
I climbed into the car and I couldn't believe what I saw. I was terrified. I immediately saw duct tape, ski mask, and I believe he had some rope there too. And I knew these were his toys.
And Linda knew that she had to call the police immediately.
I started passing red lights, stop signs. I didn't care. At this point, I just wanted to get home and call the police department.
Linda filed a report that soon came to the attention of Lieutenant Charles Dunn.
I pulled up that offense report, and Linda Bergstrom had reached out to the Houston Police Department Sex Crimes Division and reported to them that she thought that her husband may be attacking women. And the thing that I keyed on was a ski mask.
And as he dug further, Lieutenant Dunn knew he was scratching the surface of a case utterly unlike anything he'd ever seen before.
We needed to stop James before he did become the most prolific serial rapist in the nation.
I didn't know when he would snap. A person like him, you just don't know.
By December of 1991, Linda Bergstrom's worst fears had been realized. It appeared that her husband James was a serial rapist. But there wasn't enough evidence for the Houston police to make an arrest just yet.
Well, they didn't have any DNA or anything that tied James to these attacks, and so they really needed an eyewitness. They needed someone who could identify him.
The wait was excruciating. For 3 months, Linda lived a nightmare, fearing for her life.
That was like living in hell.
Then, on December 27th, 1992, detectives finally got a huge break in the case.
It began that day when I came into work. Crime analysis was waiting for me. They had the case of the 17-year-old girl, and she actually saw his face.
A 17-year-old girl had heroically fought off the rapist, and her positive ID finally broke the case wide open.
She gave a great description of what happened, what occurred. It was really all we needed to make the case.
James Bergstrom was arrested in the parking lot of his apartment complex that afternoon.
I spotted this vehicle first with the license plate. I immediately went up, removed him from the car, and handcuffed him.
Linda learned of James's arrest later that day.
And the phone rang and it was him. And he said, "I'm in jail. They caught me." And he says, I'm tired of this. He says, "I'm gonna get help." And I says, "Good. Finally, you need to tell them everything."
That night, James confessed to attacking over a dozen women.
How did you get in the house? Through the garage door. Tied her hands behind her back and took off her clothes. And I touched her and caressed her and told her I would never hurt her. Then I left.
The one thing that he told me that will live with me forever is he said that during the day, all he ever thought about was attacking women. And at night, that's all he dreamed about.
The details of James's crimes spelled out a disturbing story.
James was really not out jogging in order to get physically fit. He was out there stalking women. He was jogging through neighborhoods, looking for open garage doors, looking for women who were home alone, watching to see what was happening in the neighborhoods.
You have to understand, rape and sexual assault are two of the most underreported crimes there are. So, you know, there could be 50, 60, there could be hundreds. And unfortunately, I don't even think James knows.
It was one of the biggest cases of serial rape and sexual assault the Houston PD had ever seen. And everyone agreed that Linda deserved enormous credit for putting James behind bars.
If she had maintained her silence, if she hadn't come forward, I don't know how long it would have been before he was caught and stopped.
Because she elected to stay and because she elected to reach out to law enforcement, we were able to stop James before he did become the most prolific serial rapist in the nation.
James Bergstrom was indicted on 13 counts of aggravated sexual assault and robbery. After pleading guilty to multiple charges, he was sentenced on September 30th, 1992.
I saw the victims as they entered the courtroom, and I felt bad for every one of them. They gave him 4 99-year sentences, and I was very glad to hear that.
Today, Linda lives a quiet life with her daughter and new husband in suburban Houston. and she's removed everything that reminds her of the man who made her life a nightmare.
I got rid of everything. I got rid of every picture we owned, every spoon, every piece of furniture. I wanted nothing to be reminded of this person. It took me a long time to trust anybody. Probably wouldn't trust the person next door.
But after so many years, life is looking up for Linda.
Today I feel very comfortable. I'm very happy. Before my life was in hell, and today I can say I'm in heaven.
Kathy Spires thought she had found the love of her life.
Steve became Prince Charming to me. I felt really special. I felt that I mattered.
Steve was definitely mysterious.
But soon, Kathy would learn that her husband was far more mysterious than she bargained for.
He said he had worked for the CIA, scary stuff.
Steve made up so many stories about where he'd been, what he'd done, what he was running from.
Who did Kathy Spires really marry?
How could this quiet, meek knight be this mercenary killer?
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always what they seem. When your past is something that you would rather forget, sometimes a fresh start is all you need. Kathy Spires knows this firsthand.
I grew up in Southern California where I drank and partied, and drinking got really out of control for me in my life.
As a single mother to a 9-year-old, Kathy knew she had to make a change. By the time she turned 30, she had finally beaten her addiction to alcohol.
I wanted to go to a new place where I could build new memories with my daughter. We would, fresh start.
In the summer of 1980, Kathy and her daughter moved from Southern California to Denver, Colorado, to start a new life.
I wanted to open up a beauty salon, and it took me some time to do that. So I was working part-time as a waitress.
And at that waitress job, Kathy met a mysterious busboy named Steve Markham.
He followed me around like nobody's business. I didn't really think too much of him.
Steve was not a rock star by no means, but she was becoming more and more attracted to a guy that she was not really physically all that attracted to.
He sent me a dozen roses at work, long stem roses. And although I wasn't attracted to him, I really began to like his heart and his spirit.
Soon, Steve and Kathy began to date. And as their romance took off, Steve continued to up the ante.
One day, I was taking a bubble bath. And my daughter came in and she said, "Mom, you gotta come out here." So I followed her out to the driveway. And in the driveway was a copper-colored Porsche. And I go, "What is that?" She handed me the keys and she goes, "Mom, Steve gave you that car."
Kathy immediately began to wonder how a busboy could afford such extravagance. As the couple grew closer, Steve began to open up about his past.
He had no brothers or sisters, and he was raised by elderly parents.
Steve told Kathy that both his parents had passed away, leaving all their assets to him.
His father was an artist and made chess pieces, and many of them were made out of gold. and he had them turned into gold bars because he was going to sell them.
The place where Steve stored his gold was very unusual, to say the least.
Steve put the gold bars in his toilet tank. That was pretty weird. And when I asked him, why don't you go take it to the bank, he didn't trust the banks.
All of the intrigue made Kathy fall even harder for Steve. But her good friend Nancy Valentino wasn't as easily impressed.
These stories were so bizarre. My thought was, Kathy has flipped out.
Kathy had flipped for Steve. And in the summer of 1981, less than a year after they met, Steve and Kathy were married.
It was really a fun day. It was in a Golden, Colorado, in a hunting lodge. Beautiful surrounding nature. Couldn't have been more beautiful in every way.
Back home in Denver, the couple settled into their new life together. But just a few months later, Steve made a shocking confession about his past.
He said he had worked for the CIA, and apparently he had killed this guy in a bar, defending his girlfriend's honor. The person he killed was a civilian, which was something that you don't do.
Fearing retribution, Steve claimed he had left the agency without its blessing and was now on the run from a former CIA operative.
He told me that he was planning on blackmailing the government and that he wrote an expose who he was supposed to assassinate by orders of our government. Scary stuff.
Kathy was stunned. But a woman's heart is a funny thing.
I think I was really beginning to start getting afraid, but I loved him.
Kathy chose to forgive Steve for keeping his past as a CIA hitman a secret. And over the next 3 years, life for the couple was smooth sailing. But one spring day in 1984, when Kathy returned home from a trip, things began to get extremely strange.
When I came back from my trip, instead of my Porsche being in the driveway where it always was, no Porsche. Where is it? What happened?
Steve claimed that the CIA had caught up with him at last and had frozen his assets. They had impounded Kathy's car. Kathy had heard enough.
I said, you go figure it out. Don't come back until you can prove to me that we're safe. I'm going to ask you questions and I want answers.
But Kathy had no idea that her quest for answers would uncover a far darker side to her husband. Darker than she could ever imagine.
Steve was like an onion, and the more the layers I took off, the more rotten it became.
Three years into her marriage, Kathy Spires had no idea who her husband really was. Steve claimed he was a former CIA hitman and that the agency wanted him back.
He said they're going to recruit me to join the Black Op again. They may try to blackmail me and say, if you don't do it, we're going to kill her. We're going to kill your family.
Terrified for the safety of herself and her young daughter, Kathy asked Steve to leave their home and not return until he severed his CIA ties for good. Steve went to Florida, where he said he would speak with his former boss. A few weeks later, he contacted Kathy.
Steve gives me a call from Florida and says that he's pretty sure it's cleared up. But when he comes back, he didn't give me proof. And I said, what do you have? And he couldn't really answer me.
Steve's dubious response didn't sit well with Kathy. She pressed him for more information.
Steve told me, my real name is Eric Stone, and I'm not lying about that, and that's the truth. And I was building up the point that I cussed probably for an hour. Oh, man, I can still feel it raging. And I said, I need to find out who you are. I need to know where you're from.
So Steve, now Eric, volunteered to take Kathy to his hometown of Exeter, California.
I said, if I catch you in any more lies, I'm going to drop you off on the freeway, and you will not be with me.
Once in Exeter, Eric led Kathy to his childhood home.
So we end up in front of this field of dirt and weeds, it's vacant and there's no house. And it was explained, you know, that there was a fire, that everything he had burned up in that fire.
The next stop was the local cemetery, where Eric said his parents were buried.
So I get out of the car, start looking on the ground for headstones. And I'm looking for a last name, Stone, because his real name was Stone.
But his parents' graves had mysteriously vanished. Distraught, Eric claimed the CIA must have moved them.
He's on the ground, and he's pulling at the grass. He begins to sob, sob, screaming. Tears are coming out of his eyes. He's wailing.
After such a display of anguish, Kathy believed her husband must be telling the truth. Still, she needed more reassurance, so Kathy made Eric take her to a place where she was sure to dig up his past. His old high school.
So he asked for the yearbook, and the first thing I see is a message from Eric, president of the class. I went, wow. But I go down and read it. It's Eric Wright. W-R-I-G-H-T.
It was yet another lie. Eric's last name wasn't really Stone either. It was Wright.
And he flips over to another page, and I see Eric Wright, most dependable. Another one, Eric on the debate team. And I don't know what to do or what to think. He just lied to me again.
And true to form, Eric had another excuse for Kathy.
Eric told me that his name was Eric Stone because it was just too dangerous for me to know the truth.
Kathy returned home to Colorado with far more questions than answers.
I never really quite felt about him the way I did in the beginning. But again, I'm stuck, I'm married, I made vows.
Kathy wanted to believe him. And the fact is he had spun such a story in the beginning that he was able to kind of tie some facts together.
Kathy decided to accept Eric's story and pressed no further. But over the next 8 years, their relationship suffered ups and downs of a different kind, as Eric turned cold and detached.
Eric was not caring, not coming home, not being supportive in any way in my life.
And that was just the beginning. Eric's behavior was about to take a sinister turn that would leave Kathy fearing for her own life.
And he was on top of me and he said, "Don't F with me. I am a killer. I will kill you."
In the fall of 1992, Kathy Spires was determined to get her rocky marriage to Eric back on track. She had an idea for a Christmas gift that she hoped would bring them closer together.
I started thinking about extra high school and that all of his family's gone, and I thought it'd be just nice, since he had a fire in his house, to get him a high school yearbook so he'll have those memories.
Kathy called the school, and in a fortuitous twist, the man on the other end turned out to be her husband's old buddy, Chuck Knox.
Eric was very well liked, kind of a fair-haired golden boy at Exeter High School. He was a very intelligent, articulate, and was definitely Casanova.
But that wasn't all Chuck knew. And when Kathy dug for more details, she got the shock of her life.
Chuck says, he had a sister. I said, no, he didn't have any sisters or brothers. He said, well, I went to school with his sister. I said, well, but you know, his mom died. His mom died when he was in high school. He said, no. I'm going, what?
Kathy couldn't believe it, and I could tell the wheels were spinning in her head.
Oh my God. I'm trying to be cool because what if, I'm imagining in my head how this could be.
Pressed by Kathy, Chuck went on to reveal one disturbing detail after another.
One of the gals he'd gone out with apparently died at a young age. It was suspected suicide. The speculation that she went off the deep end after Eric broke up with her.
I hung up the phone and I felt sick. I didn't know what I was going to do.
But confronting a potentially dangerous pathological liar is a risky proposition.
And I'm like, oh crap, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? So I acted like nothing happened.
Kathy desperately tried to ignore the truth about her husband, but Eric was rapidly becoming her worst nightmare. And when she turned to a therapist for help, Eric went off the deep end.
He started a fight, and he threw me into a wall, and he was on top of me, and he said, "Don't F with me. I am a killer. I will kill you if you don't leave my past alone." That's when I met Eric Wright.
He hurt her. He hurt her. He physically hurt her. Kathy's a little bitty thing. She did not know who he was.
After 12 years together, Kathy now knew she could no longer stay with such a dangerous man.
I wanted to get it over with, to move on. I gave him far too much of my time.
But on February 13th, 1993, Eric beat Kathy to it and served her with divorce papers. When Eric moved out, Kathy concocted a plan.
I'm sitting there just thinking about all of the stuff. I'm going, I gotta find some answers. And I started making phone calls.
No longer fearing her husband's wrath, Kathy embarked on a desperate search to uncover everything about Eric's secret past. She began by placing another call to Chuck Knox.
Kathy was very upset at what he had done to her. This became her life goal, is to find out the secret.
I found out not only was he married before, but that he had been married to 2 other women, and he'd had 2 children.
So this blew her away, and she was not going to let him get away with it.
Chuck put Kathy in touch with Eric's former wife, who had a devastating story to tell.
On their little girl's birthday, Eric was supposed to go to the store, pick up supplies. He went to the store, but never came back.
Eric Wright had attempted to pull off the impossible.
Eric staged his disappearance, but the Department of Justice interviewed a bunch of people and found out that he was a voluntary missing person.
When he went missing, he had a Honda, and he shot a bullet hole in that Honda, and of all things, he put animal blood on it. What the heck?
Since Eric was officially declared a missing person and was never divorced from his last wife, the validity of his marriage to Kathy stood in question.
He was married when he married me. He was a bigamist. Scumbag bigamist.
So once the lies started being exposed, she was just ruthless.
Kathy would soon find out exactly what her husband had been hiding from.
He was a murderer, and just for money.
And she's about to get the ultimate revenge.
I think if Kathy would have never come forward, the case would have never been solved.
Don't mess with me!
By the spring of 1993, Kathy Spires was well on her way to uncovering the truth about her ex-husband Eric's secret past. And she had just formed a new ally, San Joaquin County Assistant Sheriff John Huber.
I told Detective Huber I've been married to a man, and when I met him, he has all these gold bars, a lot of gold bars. And that's what struck Huber.
We had a case. The body was found in 1980 in the California aqueduct, and the body was clothed, no shoes, and it had the chain tied with cable ties around the hands and feet. And in the investigation, he's missing gold bars, and it's an unsolved case.
The corpse was that of Lester Marks, a petty thief who would melt jewelry into gold bars. After hearing Kathy's story, Assistant Sheriff Huber reopened the case to see if they could link Eric Wright to Lester's murder.
The Department of Justice had done an investigation when Eric staged his disappearance over in the Bay Area, and I pulled out the actual old file with some of the evidence that they'd collected.
In 1980, when Eric had staged his disappearance, he was working as a precious metals dealer, and police had found some very strange items at his office.
In his desk drawer, it had a number of cable ties, one that was very, very close in size to the cable ties that Lester Marks was bound with.
But even more telling was what was found during the original murder investigation, an item that at the time was overlooked.
The police found right next to the bed of Lester Marks' house a notepad written Eric Wright and a phone number.
Sometimes it's right under your nose.
Things were beginning to add up, and in November of 1993, Assistant Sheriff Huber flew to Denver to interrogate Eric Wright.
He denied he never knew Lester Marks, never heard of Lester Marks, and didn't know what I was talking about.
But Huber wasn't buying it, and Eric Wright was summoned for questioning in the death of Lester Marks.
They sent him an invitation to go to a grand jury, and you can either show up or run. He ran straight to Mexico.
While Eric was enjoying the sun and sand, investigators carefully built their case against him.
Eric was in Mexico 4 or 5 years, living on the beach, until the FBI got an arrest warrant to have him extradited back to the United States.
Finally, on April 29, 2002, after nearly 23 years on the run, Eric Wright was arrested in the death of Lester Marks. To avoid a murder trial, he pled guilty to involuntary manslaughter.
I think if Kathy would have never come forward, the case would have never been solved.
I was so happy. It was a nice present.
But Kathy's elation would be short-lived. Eric Wright was released from prison in 2007 after serving only 4.5 years.
She has lived this for 30 years, and it has consumed her. He haunts her.
Today, Kathy lives a quiet life in Arizona and will never forget her biggest mistake, marrying the wrong man.
At this point, I don't think Kathy will marry again unless she leaves this behind her. And I don't know if Kathy has let it go yet.
The lesson that I learned is, if you have low self-esteem, this is no time to be looking for Mr. Correct, because you're vulnerable to anybody out there that's preying on someone to hide behind.
And today, Kathy has a very different take on dating a man of mystery.
I would never date a man that came to me and said, I have a mysterious past. And that's when it's a good thing to be quiet, and you just agree, and you back up slowly.
As a good Mormon, Dory Olds always believed that one of the secrets to a good marriage was a shared faith.
It is important to marry within the church. It's not just till death do you part. It's for time and all eternity.
Dory's marriage to Mormon scholar Mark Hoffman was built to last forever, or so she thought. But when 2 members of the LDS Church were murdered, the golden boy of Mormon history became public enemy number 1.
Immediately, the police began to believe that he was the bomber.
I didn't believe it. It's like, no, that isn't the person that I know.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always as they seem. As a Mormon growing up in Salt Lake City, Utah, Dory Olds was taught that family is everything.
It is very family-oriented. We had family prayer in the mornings. We had scripture time that we would read. We went to church every Sunday.
We're always encouraged to marry members of the church who have our same values and the same goals.
It's not just till death do you part. It's for time and all eternity.
In the fall of 1978, Dory headed off to college and soon found herself falling for brilliant pre-med student and fellow Mormon, Mark Hoffman.
I just found myself kind of fascinated with some of his ideas and some of his experiences. He was very smart.
She called me one time and just mentioned that she had met a pre-med student up there and they were getting kind of serious. And then I think the next phone call was they were engaged.
A year after they met, in September of 1979, the couple was married in a traditional Mormon ceremony.
They were a cute couple. They seemed well suited to each other.
I just was standing in the gazebo and he came up and he just gave me this big hug. And I remember just thinking, wow, I'm gonna have a good life. You know, this is gonna be good.
After the wedding, Mark continued with his pre-med studies, but soon he decided that he would rather pursue another line of work. His lifelong passion for collecting historical artifacts.
I believe you need to enjoy your work and do something that you're good at. So I was happy for him because there was a passion there for him that I could see.
Just a few months later, Dory and Mark knew that changing careers had been the right thing to do.
He said, hey, I want you to look at this book. And so I sat down on our couch and I started looking through the book. And it wasn't but a few minutes, and I said, hey, there's something in this book. And he took the book from there.
Gummed within the pages was what appeared to be a very old document, signed by none other than Joseph Smith, the man who founded Mormonism.
The document was called an Anton letter. When Joseph Smith was translating the Book of Mormon, he wrote down some of the symbols that were in the Book of Mormon that he was translating from and gave it to Professor Anton. The story with the Anton letter is something that you are taught and know growing up. And so discovering the letter was a big deal. It was like front page story, first page, first thing on the news. It was a big story.
Experts verified Mark's significant document. And soon the Mormon community was abuzz with news of his remarkable discovery.
There was a big sense of excitement, and he sort of got vaulted into fame all of a sudden. Everybody knew his name.
It appears to be the earliest Mormon document, so I think it's exciting.
So did the Mormon Church. They purchased the Anton letter from Mark Hoffman for $20,000. And before long, more documents and more money started rolling in.
The young Mark Hoffman was a rock star. He ingratiated himself in with the very powers that be of the LDS Church and some of the wealthiest adherents and collectors and dealers in all of the Mormon culture and world.
The next 4 years were good to Mark and Dory. Dory took care of their 4 young children while Mark's career continued to soar. But in the fall of 1985, their marriage would take a shocking turn. It all started on October 15th, when tragedy struck Salt Lake City. 2 well-known members of the Mormon Church were murdered in a most unusual manner.
I was in my office with another attorney, and we heard some commotion in the hallway, and some of the attorneys walking by said, "Oh, did you hear? There had been a bombing at the Judge building."
2 bombs had been disguised as ordinary packages. One had been delivered to the Judge building downtown, the other to a local residence. A bomber was on the loose in Salt Lake City, and police had no idea who was behind the attacks.
There was a lot of fear, and there were a lot of theories thrown out there of who it could be. And Mark called me, and he was concerned about the bombs and concerned about who might be targeted. And he asked me to leave the house. That's when I started being more afraid.
Then a third bomb exploded, and Dory's life would change forever.
No one suspected that there was a person among us that would conceive of just cold-bloodedly murdering people.
In the fall of 1982, 3 years before a mysterious bomber began to attack the Mormon community, Dory and Mark were basking in the glow of his blossoming career researching historical documents.
When Mark made the first discovery, it put him on the fast track.
I feel that Mark was very well respected in the community. People seem to really admire his ability to find these documents and this information that people have been looking for a long time.
Over the next 3 years, Mark made a series of startling discoveries in rare bookstores and thrift shops across the country. He uncovered documents penned by Abraham Lincoln, Daniel Boone, Betsy Ross, and even a lost poem by Emily Dickinson.
Well, this young Mark Hoffman comes from nowhere into the antiquarian book and manuscript field, and all of a sudden, this kid is making astonishing discoveries.
Ken Sanders, a Salt Lake City bookstore owner, met Mark Hoffman in the late 1970s.
Almost any one of his finds was so extraordinary, unique, and unusual that to those of us in the trade, it would be literally the find of a lifetime or a career. He was a wizard among men.
In January of 1984, Mark made his biggest find yet, a rare Mormon document called the Salamander Letter.
The Salamander Letter, if authentic, would tend to discredit the divine origins of the LDS Church and lead to suspect circumstances and, treasure hunting scams and frauds as the source of the church rather than divine inspiration.
The potentially damaging letter was quickly scooped up by successful Mormon businessman Steve Christensen. He purchased it for $40,000 and kept it out of the public eye. For Mark and his family, the letter meant yet another payday.
They were all excited about hoping to get a new home and a really nice home and everything, and I was just so excited for her.
But Mark's dedication meant less time for his family. He preferred to work alone.
He would tell me things like, I need to go do some reading, or I need to be in the basement for a while and take phone calls. I don't want to be disturbed. And I would do it, of course. A good wife, would always take care of that, right?
Deep down, Dory knew Mark needed to work hard. He was spending more money than he was bringing in.
The process of being self-employed is called feast or famine. And my job was trying to keep things so that things were getting paid on a timely basis. And he had his focus on buying and selling and not on the day-to-day living kinds of things. It was very challenging.
In the spring of 1985, Dory's husband Mark seemed more distant and stressed than ever before. But Dory knew there was a good reason. Mark was preparing for the sale of a potentially explosive new find, the infamous McClellan collection.
William McClellan was one of the earliest converts to the church in the very early days, and then he fell away from the church, and then because he had left the church, one supposition was he'd taken a lot of damaging critical documents with him. So any of those journals, letters, documents, and whatever else he might have could be incredibly faith-damaging to the LDS Church.
Once again, Mormon businessman Steve Christensen, the man who had purchased the Salamander Letter, was prepared to step in and buy the documents. This time, however, Christensen wanted the collection authenticated before finalizing the deal.
On the 15th of October, Mark Hoffman was supposed to deliver the McClellan collection to Steve Christensen, who would have a lawyer there to make sure it was an authentic collection of documents.
But Steve Christensen never had a chance to review it. He received a mysterious and deadly package instead.
On the morning of the 15th, the bomb had gone off over at the Judge Building. It was a homemade bomb, and it killed Steve Christensen.
And that was just the beginning.
Later on, out in the county, another similar bomb went off at the residence of Gary Sheets. And apparently his wife, Kathleen Sheets, had picked up that bomb, and it went off and killed her.
2 homemade bombs, disguised as harmless packages, had murdered 2 prominent members of the Mormon community. Salt Lake City went into a panic.
Mark called me, and he was concerned about the bombs and concerned about who might be targeted. And he asked me to leave the house, and so I fled.
But Dory's world was about to collide with the bomber in the most shocking way.
I couldn't stop shaking. I was just shaking all over from head to toe.
On the morning of October 16th, 1985, Dory Olds awoke to a different city. A pair of bombings had rocked Salt Lake City and left 2 people dead.
Steve Christensen and then Kathy Sheets. They were associates in Mark's circle. I remember just wondering what was going on, wondering what was happening and who could be doing this.
No one had the foggiest idea what was going on. This is Salt Lake City, Utah. We're more known for, green Jell-O with miniature marshmallows and our per capita ice cream consumption, not for bombs.
Dory's world began to crumble when the phone rang.
Mark called me in the afternoon, and he told me that he was concerned because of who was involved. He said, I think you need to leave the house. I think you need to go. That's when I started being more afraid.
Just hours later, Dory learned that Mark's instincts were tragically on target.
My parents got a phone call saying that Mark had been hurt, that there'd been another bombing, that he was in the hospital, and then I needed to go down. And so I started immediately shaking, like, oh no, no, no.
A 3rd bomb had exploded, this one in Mark's car, leaving him clinging to life.
Hoffman was taken to the hospital, and he was seriously injured at that time. And the police, of course, came to investigate the case because it's another bombing. Of course, it looked like they would be connected.
Dory's only concern was the welfare of her husband.
When I got there, I just held his hand for a minute, and then I took him into the surgery.
Meanwhile, out in the waiting room, speculation was flying.
I just thought, oh, this is getting too weird. Someone's going after him, too. What has he done?
Mark pulled through surgery and was coherent enough to answer some questions asked by investigators.
I thought at that point, okay, this is all gonna go away. They're gonna find out the right person. Everything's gonna be fine.
But Mark's account of the incident didn't make sense with the information gathered from the scene. Mark claimed he was standing outside of his car when the bomb went off.
The police had called in a bombing expert. He came to the conclusion that the bomb would have exploded when Hoffman was inside the car and not outside the car, as he told the police.
For investigators, it was a discrepancy that cast suspicion on Mark Hoffman.
So immediately, the police began to believe that he was the suspect, that he was lying, that he was the bomber.
If police were correct, then Mark Hoffman was the bomber, injured by his own handiwork. But for Dory, the accusation was absurd.
I didn't believe it. It's like, no, that isn't the person that I know. He wasn't a violent guy. He wasn't at all.
Making matters even more complex was the growing suspicion surrounding Mark's many findings.
The discoveries got more astonishing and lurid by the day or the week, and it's so obvious that no one human being can continue to find material like this, that there had to be something wrong. After that 3rd bomb, he pointed the finger at himself.
Could it be true? Was Mark Hoffman really a con man who turned to murder to cover his crimes?
His pride and greed got to him, and he felt that he could get away with anything.
I think a lot of people really underestimated how smart he is.
On December 1st, 1985, Mark Hoffman was released from the hospital, still recovering from severe wounds received when a bomb went off in his car. But was he himself the mad bomber who had killed 2 members of the Mormon community? Dory Olds was convinced her husband was innocent.
There's never a moment that I thought he had done this. I didn't think he was capable of it. That wasn't the person that I married, and I didn't believe it.
We had heard that he was a suspect, and it just totally took me by surprise. I went, oh, what? No way!
Investigators had begun to hone in on their primary suspect.
We had this room upstairs, and on the walls, we had all of these little things, little sheets of paper with some sort of information about Hoffman.
One by one, investigators began to connect the dots.
Well, we knew there was a connection between Steve Christensen and Mark Hoffman, which involved a Mormon historical document called the Salamander Letter. And at the same time, we had a forensic document examiner who contacted us and said, you know, I'd seen some of these Hoffman documents, and I've always been a little suspicious. Why don't we look into them? We were able to have these document examiners compare the Hoffman documents to documents of historical value that he had nothing to do with. And at that point, we started to realize that there was forgeries.
Everything from the Anton transcript to the Salamander Letter and even the Emily Dickinson poem. Analysis soon revealed that all of them were forged by none other than Mark Hoffman.
Once we were able to show people that he was a forger, it was easy for people to start to say, if he's a forger, if he's a fraud, I can understand he's a murderer.
But Mark continued to proclaim his innocence on all charges, and Dory stood by him. Then on January 23, 1987, less than 6 weeks before he went to trial, Mark Hoffman did an abrupt about-face.
He said, I'm pleading guilty. I'm doing the plea bargain because I'm protecting you and the kids.
For investigators, the pieces of the puzzle had finally come together. Facing financial ruin, Mark had concocted a scheme to make a quick sale of the long-lost McClellan collection. He knew it would be irresistible to any wealthy Mormon collector.
Well, it came a point in time when he realized that Steve Christensen was about to find out that he was a forger. And so he killed Steve so that he wouldn't be found out. And he put a bomb over at the Sheets house to deflect the police.
But it was only a matter of time before Mark's luck ran out.
What happened with so many con artists is that his pride and greed got to him. He made promises greater than what he had, and so he was in debt and he had to produce, and he overextended himself, and that's what got him in trouble.
Presented with the evidence, Dory was forced to face the ugly truth about her husband.
I was shocked that he had killed 2 people. There's a part of me that still wants to say, no, that isn't true, because that wasn't the person that I knew. But it is so.
And perhaps worst of all for Dory was one of the motives behind his forgeries.
He wanted to embarrass the church, and he wanted to be known of what he did.
Mark Hoffman played it both ways. He was forging documents that kind of confirmed the validity of Joseph Smith's visions and the beginnings of the church, while at the same time he was creating documents like the Salamander Letter that would have disproved the origins of the church. And he was playing the LDS collecting market off one another, and in their haste and eagerness to acquire these documents, folks weren't doing due diligence.
After pleading guilty to a reduced charge of second-degree murder, Mark Hoffman was sentenced to 5 years to life in prison. Dory filed for divorce 18 months later.
It's my belief that Dory Olds is perhaps Mark Hoffman's greatest victim.
Dory has spent the past 22 years trying to figure out the man she married.
As I look back at the past, I think he did carefully choose me. Someone who he could manipulate. I think that's what happened.
Despite all she's been through, Dory's faith remains intact.
I was really angry for a while at God, And now I'm grateful, saying thank you for walking with me through this process, because it has changed my life and it's changed me for the better. I like who I am now better than that person who was before.
He was a dashing young jet pilot. She was a beautiful divorcee.
I felt that this was going to be for keeps, and I felt that this was something forever.
But Ana Margarita's sexy husband had no intention of living happily ever after.
Juan Pablo was very good at fooling people. I think he was an expert at it.
This was just too bizarre. Nobody could have seen this coming.
His deception not only rocked Ana's world, but the entire state of Florida.
People immediately started to say that he was a spy.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always as they seem. Any good Cuban girl knows the importance of finding a husband. And Ana Margarita Martinez is no exception.
My mom and my grandmother wanted me to have a partner in life, to have someone to share the good and the bad with.
But finding love would not be easy for Ana. By 1992, the beautiful 32-year-old Cuban exile was living in Miami, twice divorced with 2 small children.
Because she was a single mom, she didn't date that much. So when she was dating somebody, it would spread word around the family.
Ana had practically given up on meeting Mr. Right when Cupid struck in the most unusual place.
I went to church one Sunday morning as usual, and I met Juan Pablo Roque. He was Richard Gere look-alike, and there was something mysterious about him.
He was a defector from the Cuban military who I believe swam to Guantanamo in order to get here. So it was like a heroic story of escape from Cuba.
Juan Pablo's defection made headline news. He quickly became the darling of Miami.
I was impressed with the story, as everyone else was.
Lucky for Ana, Juan Pablo singled her out.
He said, "Have you ever been told you have such a beautiful smile?" And then I just looked and I started like counting, like saying, "Yeah, I've been told like many times."
They really looked good together. They were almost like the Latin Ken and Barbie.
Just 6 months after they met, Juan Pablo popped the question. But Ana took her time. 3 years later, she and Juan Pablo tied the knot on April 1st, 1995. April Fool's Day.
I just remember feeling peaceful. Like, this is the person I'm gonna be with for the rest of my life.
Ana's new husband was already a household name in Miami, and he had become even more popular when he joined the prestigious group, Brothers to the Rescue.
Brothers to the Rescue was a group of volunteer pilots who searched the Florida Straits for rafters who were seeking freedom.
They were viewed as heroes, going out every weekend, sometimes during the week. I had, more than a dozen volunteer pilots who would fly their own planes, spend their own money on fuel.
They were literally saving lives in the Florida Straits. Rafters who would possibly have died if it weren't for these pilots.
When he wasn't volunteering, Juan Pablo took odd jobs to help make ends meet. He seemed willing to do almost anything for Anna.
She was happy being a wife. She was happy having the family. So yeah, she was happy being in love.
But their honeymoon was about to come to an abrupt end. In February of 1996, just 10 months into their marriage, Juan Pablo announced he was taking a last-minute job in Key West, several hours from home.
Something told me it was not quite right.
Juan Pablo told her he needed to help a friend move his yacht for the extra cash. But Anna didn't want him to leave town.
I was so uneasy with it that I asked him not to do it. And he got angry, and so I didn't want to argue about it, so I didn't bring it up anymore.
When Juan Pablo left for his trip later that night, Anna couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong.
I had a very, very strange feeling in the morning. I must have tried his number 50 times.
The fact that he wasn't answering his phone calls and he wasn't calling us to see how we were doing definitely worried me.
A woman's intuition is rarely wrong. Anna's husband was missing all right, and his disappearance was about to cause a media frenzy.
Well, the phone call from my editor said that 2 Brothers to the Rescue planes had been shot down.
I was so extremely nervous.
In February 1996, Ana Margarita's husband left for a trip to Key West and never returned home. But 10 months before his mysterious disappearance, Ana began to realize Juan Pablo wasn't exactly the perfect husband.
He fibbed a little. I noticed that, and that was one of the things that we argued about.
And as Juan Pablo's social circle grew, Ana wasn't always thrilled with the company he kept. One dinner guest in particular made her feel like an outsider in her own home. He was a fellow Brothers to the Rescue pilot who had become quite close to Juan Pablo.
They got together quite often and talked, and on occasion, they would speak in Russian. When I asked, what was going on, they said that, they just needed to practice because otherwise they would forget the language.
Ana thought it was odd, but she knew both men learned Russian in the Cuban Air Force, back when the military was run by the Soviet Union.
It made me feel uncomfortable, but, he explained it away. He said that they were talking about things pertaining to Brothers to the Rescue and their activism in Cuba.
While Juan Pablo always seemed to know what to say to Ana, around her family, he was a man of few words.
His personality was just flatter than a pancake. He wasn't a very great conversationalist. The conversation was very yes, no, very military, very abbreviated, very, very brief.
And behind closed doors, Anna's husband was becoming unpredictable.
He was controlling and manipulative, but what balanced it was that he liked to make me happy. He would do things just to please me.
By February 1996, Juan Pablo's behavior was downright peculiar. At times, he seemed paranoid, especially after some neighborhood kids tried to pull a silly prank.
I got a call from my neighbor telling me that some kids had attempted to break into my house and they had actually broken my window. So I told him what had happened, and he totally overreacted. He said something along the lines of, "That was meant for me, it's because of me."
Ana Margarita pressed her husband for more details, but he refused to explain himself. From that night on, Juan Pablo seemed like a different man, always looking over his shoulder.
He was getting agitated. He was waking up in the middle of the night, tossing and turning a lot. He was very stressed. And I couldn't understand what was going on, and he said it was just all work-related.
Ana Margarita sensed that Juan Pablo was keeping something from her, but she had no idea what, and she would never have a chance to ask him again. On February 24th, 1996, Juan Pablo left for an odd job in Key West and never returned home.
I felt lost. I felt desperate.
After hearing nothing all day, Anna was convinced her husband was missing.
I was just beside myself. I knew something was wrong and I didn't know what to do. So I called a friend and he said, well, why don't you look through his things, look through his drawers, see if anything's missing. Look for clues.
And when Anna searched his dresser, she couldn't believe her eyes.
I was shocked that every time I opened a drawer, it was practically empty. Most of his belongings were gone.
Just when Anna didn't know where to turn, she remembered something Juan Pablo told her before he left for the trip.
He emphasized twice, at least, the day before leaving. He told me, if you need to move the car for any reason, remember that I keep an extra set of keys in the drawer.
Anna raced to find Juan Pablo's Jeep, not sure what she would find. The Jeep was exactly where he said it would be, in a Miami parking garage. And Anna's husband left something very telling inside.
When I opened the car, the only thing I found was his full set of keys and his cell phone. When you see a full set of keys inside a car, it tells you the person's not coming back.
Two days later, confusion turned to panic when Anna awoke to startling news.
Oh, he hit that thing and toppled about 3 times and fireballed.
According to news reports, several members of Brothers to the Rescue were dead, shot down by Cuban MiGs over the Florida Straits.
I mean, 4 Americans are killed in, 2 planes by the Cuban government. It's a big story. Everybody was here from every station all over the place.
I was like, oh man, could he have been planning to be with them and not wanting to worry us? And he went off on this mission with them and we don't know.
4 pilots were confirmed dead, but Anna didn't know if Juan Pablo was one of them. Hours after the incident, Anna learned of her husband's fate from a member of Brothers to the Rescue.
I asked him, is it possible that my husband may have been on one of those planes? And he told me, no, he was definitely not. So my husband was still missing.
Missing, but not for long. Anna's husband was about to cause an international scandal.
A reporter came to my door. He said, turn on your TV and watch CNN.
Three days after she kissed her husband goodbye, Ana Margarita Martinez was still agonizing over his whereabouts. Just when she thought she'd never see Juan Pablo again, a reporter showed up at her door, armed with astonishing news about her husband.
He said, turn on your TV and watch CNN. And when I did that, I saw my husband disembark a Cubana de Aviación airplane in Havana. He had his Ray-Bans on, he had his wedding ring on, he had the chain and cross that I had given him on, and he had his Rolex.
Ana's husband was back in Cuba, the very country he said he despised.
I thought he was crazy. I thought he must have been forced to go back. I thought, they blackmailed him.
When Juan Pablo granted his first television interview that very same day, he proudly denounced the United States, Cuban exiles, and Brothers to the Rescue, claiming the group was really a bunch of terrorists.
He just appeared on Cuban television saying that what Cuba had done was stop a terrorist attack.
I knew this wasn't true. And I could not understand why he'd say these things. And I remember telling my mom, he looks like he hasn't slept in days. They have brainwashed him, and they are forcing him to say these things.
The most important aspect of the whole interview was when he said he had penetrated Brothers to the Rescue. In the intelligence world, that's code for I am a spy.
It was a 3-letter word that Anna didn't want to believe.
People immediately started to say that he was a spy and that he had been on a mission here in the States. I just could not accept that.
But U.S. officials believed it was no coincidence that Juan Pablo disappeared the day before the shootdown. By volunteering with Brothers to the Rescue, he clearly knew the ins and outs of the operation.
They had to have great intelligence to know where everything was going to be, because how would they have known the flight plan? So it was clear to everyone that the shootdown had been premeditated and that he was a central figure in the shootdown.
I stood by his side. I felt that he had to have been forced. And no, my husband was not a spy, of course not.
But when a woman like Anna realizes she's been duped, she gets even with the help of a lawyer.
He said, we're gonna sue Cuba for rape.
By February 1996, Ana Margarita Martinez's marriage to Juan Pablo Roque, now an accused spy, was the talk of Miami.
In South Florida, they love two things: news about Cuba and soap operas, which in Spanish we call novelas. And here was this combination of these two things, a Cuban novella that you just could not make up.
Everyone wanted to know more about the wife who stubbornly defended her husband, even after he told the world he didn't miss her at all.
In a published article, they asked him what he missed most about the U.S. And he said, his Jeep Cherokee. I felt that he was saying this to protect me. The Cuban government wouldn't be pleased with him saying, I miss my wife and I miss my stepkids. That's how I justified it.
What she felt was loyalty to her man, which I didn't, and many members of the community didn't feel. 90% of me thought that he was, definitely a spy, and he had hoodwinked everybody, including her.
Was Juan Pablo, the famous Cuban defector, really too good to be true?
It made everyone second guess his initial story of defection. This magnificent story of a 17-mile swim, getting hit by sharks and swimming into Guantanamo Bay really didn't seem to hold up.
But for Anna, the woman who thought she finally had married Mr. Right, that was hard to accept.
Accepting that he was a spy was a long process. And it turns out that everything he said was a lie, everything he did was a lie. 4 years together were all a lie. They were part of his mission, part of what he had to do.
In 1998, Anna had her marriage to Juan Pablo annulled and gave his beloved Jeep to her brother. But Anna didn't stop there. She was determined to get even. So with the help of her lawyer, Anna came up with a very clever plan for revenge. She sued the Cuban government for rape and won $27 million in damages.
In the state of Florida, rape is defined as sex without consent. And since my consent was procured fraudulently, it's not valid.
If I learned now that my ex-husband was a Cuban spy and had only married me as part of his cover, and that all the intimacy that we shared was fake, I think that, yeah, I'd feel violated. Definitely.
The reason the lawsuit is against the Cuban government is because he was acting under their direction 100% of the time. He could never have married me without the Cuban government's approval.
In order to pull off his role as a spy, Juan Pablo needed the perfect cover, an unsuspecting wife.
That makes him a much more believable, solid person if you're married and you have kids and you have a family. If you're a single man, you're much more suspicious.
If you're hunting for an American wife, where are you going to find the most unsuspecting women? And the answer is at Sunday school. And Ana Margarita Martinez was already divorced, so she could not have been more vulnerable at that point in her life. I think he smelled blood on the water.
While the U.S. sees Juan Pablo as a fugitive, in his homeland he's a hero, protected by the Cuban government.
He was promoted to lieutenant colonel and relocated to a very nice residence.
If Juan Pablo ever steps foot outside of Cuba, he will spend the rest of his life in an American prison. It hasn't been easy, but Ana Margarita is determined to finally put Juan Pablo's deception behind her.
How does it feel when you trust someone with your life, with the lives of your children, and he turns out to be someone that you never really knew? It's extremely traumatic. How do you trust again?
When you fall in love, you pretty much got to prepare yourself. Anything can happen. You can really think you know somebody, and that person can have skeletons in the closet like you would not believe.
Despite all the years of heartache, Ana hasn't completely lost hope in a fairy tale ending.
I don't think I want to live life doubting everyone. I hope I will find someone or meet someone that will truly love me and who I can really also love. Mildred Williams was just your average army wife.
John was a man of his word. He said what he meant and he meant what he said.
But when her husband finally returned from the Gulf War, Mildred found herself sleeping with the enemy.
John said to me, "You have become my enemy, and as my enemy, I will kill you."
I never thought that John would be capable of this. This was just totally out of character.
And before long, the whole world would know just how diabolical her husband had become.
There was no stopping John. He was a killing machine.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always what they seem. Mildred Green was raised by a single mother and never knew her father. So when it came to choosing the right man, her mother gave her strong words of advice.
What she did say is that you should find a man who says what he means and means what he says. Make sure that he is a man of his word.
And on a balmy September day in 1983, Mildred did just that. She was out with a girlfriend when she met John Williams, a charming man of his word.
He was really attractive because he had a beautiful smile. And he said, "I'm John. What are you doing tonight?"
Mildred and John had their first date that very evening.
We spent 3 hours just talking. And he ended up saying, "Are you seeing anybody?" And I said, "No, I'm just waiting for the right man to come along, and he said, well, you just met him. I was like, wow.
The couple dated exclusively for 2 years until John, who was in the Army Reserves, was called up to serve at the Army base in Fort Lewis, Washington. But only a month after his departure, John couldn't get Mildred out of his mind.
He sent me an airline ticket, and he said, I need you. I can't make it without you. Can you please come? And so I told my mom, I said, gotta go, Mom.
John was in love with Mildred, and Mildred fell overly in love with him. It was her and John.
And he said, you know, I never want you to lose that sparkle in your eye for me. He said, I'm gonna do everything that I know how to make sure you keep that.
3 years after the move, the sparkle in Mildred's eyes still burned bright. And on March 10th, 1988, Mildred and John were married.
The day of our wedding, I was the happiest woman in the world. I loved John. There was no doubt in my mind that he was all that I was looking for.
John was dressed in his military uniform, and Mildred was in her white wedding gown. We was very happy for Mildred.
2 years after they were married, a lifelong dream of Mildred's was fulfilled as the couple welcomed their first son, John Jr.
John was a good dad, and he really took time. He came home from work, he ate dinner, he played with his son. That was the routine.
A year after their first child arrived, John received orders to serve in the Gulf War.
I was a little nervous because John sat me down and he said, look. And he had wrote out a plan for me to carry out should he not make it back alive.
Much to Mildred's relief, in March of 1991, just 3 months after he left, John returned home with just a minor shoulder injury. But the man who walked through the door was a far cry from the man Mildred had married.
He would sit in a chair and rock back and forth. And I'd say, honey, is this something I can do? No, there's nothing you can do. I don't want to talk about it.
To Mildred, it seemed like she was living with someone else entirely, and life for the couple continued on a downward spiral. 8 years and 2 more children later, John would end up driving Mildred away.
His behavior had escalated to a point now to where it was about his manipulation and control of Mildred.
By the summer of 1999, Mildred had filed for divorce, and John moved out. They agreed that he would get the kids every other weekend. On March 23, 2000, John had scheduled a visit, so he had the kids starting on that Friday. On Monday, Mildred received what she thought was just an ordinary phone call.
I get a call from John, and little John is on the phone. And I say, ask your dad, what time are you coming back? He said, tell her we'll be back in an hour. I said, okay. So 8:30, right? He said, yes, ma'am.
But when 8:30 came and went with no sign of the children, her mother's intuition kicked in.
She said, something's wrong. They should have been back.
And so it was 11:35 p.m. John called and said, we are en route from Seattle. We will be there shortly. And Seattle is 45 minutes away. And as soon as I hung up the phone, I was like, something's wrong.
Mildred was about to face every parent's worst nightmare.
And I waited in the living room in a chair. And they didn't come home.
Now Mildred had no idea where her children were or if she would ever see them again. The situation was unimaginable, and things were about to get even worse.
I only thought he was going to kill me. I never, ever thought he would include other people.
In In March of 1991, 9 years before her husband would kidnap their own children, Mildred Williams was a faithful Army wife with a young son and a husband who just returned from the Gulf War.
John was very angry. His outlook on life had changed. But it didn't change for the better.
After months with no improvement, Mildred suspected that John might be suffering from post-traumatic stress.
He had no psychological prepping when he returned, nor was he debriefed. And so I felt that what I needed to do is just try to understand him better and help him the best that I can.
Together, the couple began studying the teachings of Islam, even changing their last name to Mohammed. But John's behavior grew more and more bizarre.
The more I tried to understand him, the more he felt like I was his enemy.
John began riding a black bicycle late at night, carrying a rifle, but refused to tell Mildred why.
And I said, "Are you gonna tell me what's going on?" He said, "No." Then he was like, "You're asking too many questions."
She was scared because she didn't know what John would do.
It didn't take long for John's strange behavior to affect his military career, and in the spring of 1994, he was honorably discharged. Now in need of a new career, John turned his love of fixing cars into a new enterprise.
John could fix cars. I knew paperwork.
Before long, business at their home car repair shop was booming, and at last, things seemed to be on the upswing. Until one day, when Mildred got a call from a female customer lodging a disturbing complaint.
She said that your head mechanic, John, is propositioning me to have sex with him in order for him to repair my car. I said, "Yes, ma'am. I will handle it."
When she did approach John, he denied it.
But it was too late. After years of standing by her husband, this time Mildred had reached her limit.
As time went on, more women came up in that way. And so July of 1999, I asked John for a divorce. And that is when things began to escalate in terms of his emotional abuse.
In September of 1999, John moved out, but he did not take the separation lightly. Instead, his behavior went from bizarre to terrifying.
He would come in the middle of the night and stand over me. And I could feel his presence. And I had to open my eye to a slither so I can watch him walk from one side of the bed to the other, and then he would leave.
Fearing for her life, Mildred was forced to take out a restraining order. And when she did, John went over the edge.
And he says, "I am not going to let you raise my children on your own. You have become my enemy. And as my enemy, I will kill you."
Mildred knew John was a man of his word. But before he would attempt to make good on his threat, John would take away the thing Mildred loved most. And he'd take others down with them.
Her worst fears were now starting to unfold.
With a divorce from John underway, Mildred Mohammed had a restraining order against her husband, but he was still allowed to see their 3 children. On March 23, 2000, he took them away on a weekend visit and never returned.
Every moment was a hard moment when my children were gone. I had to stop living day by day, which was reduced to minute by minute. The life had been sucked out of me.
I just thought maybe John took the children for a while and would bring them back. But as days kept passing and weeks kept passing and months kept passing, then we was very alarmed.
It was all too much for Mildred to bear.
She quit eating. She just did not have an appetite. Weight loss, hair falling out. I could see the toll it was taking on her physically, and she was dying inside.
Finally, on August 31st, 2001, 18 months after John and the children disappeared, Mildred got the phone call she'd been waiting for.
Yes, how are you? The detective called and he said, Miss Muhammad? I was like, yes, sir. He said, we got your children. Oh, I dropped the phone. I started screaming and running up and down the stairs.
Then Mildred heard the voices that she'd been missing for so long.
So Selena gets on the phone and she says, hey, Mommy, guess what? I say, what? She says, I'm 9 years old. I said, I know that. How you doing? She said, I'm good.
John had been living in Antigua for a year and a half with the kids and had changed their names. But when he returned to the United States, the law finally caught up with him.
John went to social services to apply for food stamps and cash. They did a cross-reference on the children's names and found out that they were kidnapped. And so they arrested him.
We were so excited. The day that we had hoped and prayed for had finally came.
The nightmare may have ended, but since there was no formal custody arranged between them, Mildred couldn't pursue any charges against John that carried jail time.
My hands were totally tied because we did not have a parenting plan, and he is their father.
There was only one thing Mildred could do. She went to court.
And the judge says, John, she will get custody of the children. So here's this document you need to sign. John signed the document and threw it back at the court. And he storms out the courtroom.
At this point, we knew that whatever he was capable of, the battle was on.
The very next morning, fearing John's revenge, Mildred took her children and fled to her sister's house in Maryland. Once there, she was barely able to catch her breath.
Coming to Maryland did not diminish the possibility that John was going to find me. Because, see, John was going to kill me. John was in the military. John knew how to track.
Then, in October of 2002, Mildred had something new to fear. A series of random shootings began that put the entire Washington, D.C. area on high alert.
We didn't know if this was one person or two or more. And the killings right on their face were random.
The panic started when a man was gunned down in the parking lot of a Maryland grocery store. Then, the next morning, 4 more people were shot to death in a series of random shootings across the D.C. area.
We were like, oh my goodness, we are in for some vast and evil days.
Now Mildred was faced with the added stress of not only keeping her kids safe from her ex-husband, but from a crazed sniper as well.
We were just as fearful as everyone else. We didn't go outside, but on top of that, I was looking for John too.
But Mildred had no idea that her own personal nightmare was about to collide with the tragedy making headline news around the world. On October 23, 2002, a knock came at Mildred's door that would change everything.
I said, what? John?
Can you imagine a federal agent telling you, oh, by the way, that was someone you married? I mean, it's like being punched in the head.
In October of 2002, Mildred Muhammad was one of thousands of residents who watched in horror as news reports of the DC sniper continued. In less than a month, a total of 10 people were brutally gunned down, and police were working day and night to stop the rampage.
My fear for John was more heightened than my fear for the sniper, because I knew John was going to get me, but the sniper was a random thing. It could be anybody.
After 3 weeks of round-the-clock investigations, authorities were about to publicly announce the names of the suspects. But first, they had one last stop to make.
October 23rd, just as we were sitting down to eat, there was a knock on the door.
It was agents from the ATF, and they had arrived with some unthinkable news for Mildred.
We're gonna name your ex-husband, John Muhammad, as the sniper. I said, what? John?
Can you imagine someone coming in, a federal agent, and telling you, oh, by the way, that was someone you married, that's the father of your children. I mean, it's like being punched in the head.
Police informed Mildred that John had carried out the killings with a 16-year-old boy named Leopold Malvo. John befriended Malvo while he was in Antigua with the children.
Muhammad dominated that duo, and he was the calculating, diabolical influencer.
Muhammad and Malvo began their rampage in Washington state and then drove cross-country, allegedly murdering people along the way until they reached D.C. to carry out the rest of their deadly plan.
I only thought he was gonna kill me. I never, ever thought he would include other people.
It was a shock. We could not believe John would kill someone.
And police had reason to suspect that John had one clear objective behind his killing spree: Mildred.
The theory was that he was going to make my murder look like a random shooting so that the evidence would not point back to him. Then he would come in as the grieving father to claim the children.
In John's quest to murder his ex-wife, he shot and killed 10 innocent people and severely wounded 3.
Of all the places that they could have went, in the United States, in Canada, in Mexico, they went to Montgomery County, Maryland, for one reason: revenge. And that's the revenge against Mildred.
On October 24, 2002, John Muhammad and Leopold Malvo were finally arrested. Authorities had matched a fingerprint from one of the crimes to Malvo and had positively identified Muhammad after a phone tip.
There was no humanity in John Muhammad. There was no humanity. He's a killing machine. He would have kept killing.
1 year after the shootings, John Muhammad was found guilty of capital murder, conspiracy, and firearms charges. Malvo was also found guilty of murder, terrorism, and unlawful use of a firearm.
Of all the killers that I've seen in my career of 36 years in law enforcement, Muhammad stands out, I think, as a guy who's an ice cold-blooded killer.
Mildred no longer fears for her life, but she still feels the sting of being the ex-wife of the DC sniper.
People blamed me and my children. And they felt that if I would have stayed with John, then he just would have killed me.
And no matter how many years pass since the tragedy, Mildred will never forget all the victims that died at the hands of her ex-husband.
She did feel guilty. And she cried to me and she said, I tried to tell everybody I knew. She says, I said, you were there, you know. And I said, you did.
It was no easy feat, but today, Mildred can finally say she's at peace with the past.
Mildred is hitting the resume button. The children are doing well. Her life has been putting together their lives and allowing the process for them all to heal. And I think that is miraculous.
It took me years to find my own voice, to stand up to what I believe, and that is the person that I am today.
Barbara Mastromarino loved being a doctor's wife, and for a while she had it all.
Life to everyone who saw us was picture perfect.
Barbara and Michael were like the Barbie and Ken.
But when the good doctor's buried secrets suddenly surfaced,
it was shockingly callous in its disregard for the sanctity of human remains.
There was blood and entrails all over the place.
The gruesome truth shattered Barbara's life and shocked the world.
I couldn't stop shaking. It's almost like he had no soul.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always as they seem. In January of 1989, Barbara Mastromarino was just another hard-working Brooklyn girl following a dream.
I was working in a tanning salon as a second job, working as a dental assistant full-time.
Barbara was always the popular one, the go-getter, the smart one of the family.
The only thing that Barbara was missing was a boyfriend. Until one day when a handsome dental student named Michael strolled into the tanning salon.
He was just a strong, silent, gorgeous guy, big. I was like a giddy schoolgirl, is what I was.
Michael was definitely athletic, intelligent, had a slight bit of arrogance to him. You know, he knew who he was.
A few weeks after they met, Barbara had a first date with Michael. And from then on, she was smitten.
Michael actually, as we began to date, told his friends that I belonged with him. I was just over the top, you know, just like I found my Mr. Wonderful.
3 years after they met, Barbara married her Mr. Wonderful in a Catholic church in Brooklyn.
It was a beautiful, classy affair, a Sunday afternoon, close family. It was the people that mattered to us.
Barbara's dream wedding went off without a hitch, save for one slight snag.
When I went to go light the candle in church, it didn't light. I didn't really think much of it. I kind of laughed it off. But the day itself, besides that one little glitch, was absolutely a dream.
A few months later, Barbara put her own career ambitions aside to focus on Michael's.
He was aspiring to be a craniofacial surgeon, and I wanted to be able to take care of him. He worked so hard.
4 years later, Michael had reached his dream. And as his oral surgery practice grew, so did the couple's bank account. By the time their 2 sons came along, Barbara and Michael seemed to have it all.
For them, it was a storybook romance of football star becomes doctor. He meets my beautiful sister and has beautiful children, beautiful houses, anything they wanted.
But life for the couple wasn't always smooth sailing. By the fall of 2005, Barbara and Michael had been married 13 years. And like any marriage that lasts, they'd weathered some serious storms. But one day, Barbara got a phone call that was more like a hurricane.
Michael had called me from his office, whispering and kind of very tense. He said, "Barb, the authorities are here and they're searching my office. They're confiscating my equipment." And I was like, "Well, why?"
What body?
I watched the news on that particular day. I see Michael Mastromarino, ghoulish, crime.
You comment on the case? Not right now.
And I said, what the heck is going on here?
Michael was being accused of one of the most bizarre and gruesome crimes of the decade.
My mom got the call that Michael is going to be arrested and he's going to have to answer for what he did.
They're saying all these things about him, and I didn't know what to believe.
"5 years before the phone call that would change everything, Barbara Mastromarino was married to the man of her dreams, a successful oral surgeon named Michael.
Life to everyone who saw us was picture perfect. Everything about us exuded envy.
But behind the flawless facade, things were beginning to fall apart. The young couple's troubles started in early 2000.
The first time I noticed anything in his behavior change was really being more irritable. He was always easily set off. His temper was a bit frightening.
While his anger was a problem at home, longtime friends noticed a change in Michael's appearance.
One particular evening, he just seemed disheveled. He seemed like something wasn't right. He wasn't himself.
When Barbara brought up her concerns, her husband had an easy answer.
He had a back injury from football. He's like, you know, I took some medication. I took some of the Demerol from my office, from my back, and I must have just taken a little too much.
But Michael's colleagues at work had noticed something too, and one day they had no choice but to tell Barbara about it.
One of the associates called me up. He's like, Barb, do you notice any kind of different behavior in Michael lately? I said, no. I said, he just seems a little bit more on edge. Maybe he's just spreading himself too thin.
But it was much more than that.
He said, well, we did find him today in the bathroom with a needle sticking out of his arm. And I said, well, is he okay? Is anybody else okay? Are the patients okay? I didn't even know where to start.
He was practicing medicine under the influence. And to me, I was like, well, what would make him do something like that?
It was clear to Barbara. Her handsome husband was a drug addict.
And I was upset and I was angry. How do you treat a patient and then go in the bathroom and shoot up? And I knew that this problem was so much bigger than I really hoped it would be.
But the damage to his reputation had already been done. Soon after, Michael surrendered his dental license and was left with one choice: rehab.
He ended up going to a place down in West Palm Beach.
But Michael checked out of rehab after only 3 days. And within 2 weeks, he appeared to relapse.
At that 2-week point, he couldn't fight it anymore. He was coming home disheveled again.
Barbara suspected Michael was using drugs once again. And then one night, he didn't come home at all.
For my son's birthday, we had a birthday dinner that he didn't show up for.
As the hours ticked away with no sign of Michael, Barbara decided to take matters into her own hands.
Something went off in me. It was midnight, and I said, he's not coming home. I need to go find him. I need to know if he's drugged up. I need to know if he's alive or dead.
Barbara jumped in her car and drove around the neighborhood, frantically searching for her husband. Finally, she found him.
I come upon just a whole slew of flashing lights, and I drive up to it. And I see Michael standing there. He had a policeman on each side of him, and he looked very disheveled.
Michael had been in an accident, and Barbara was relieved that he was alive. But there was one more surprise in store.
There was another woman there, and he was with her. At that very moment was when I knew my worst nightmare had come true. Betrayal with drugs was one thing, but betrayal with another woman, that just shattered me to the core.
My perception with Michael was he definitely was a cheat, and I didn't like it.
Michael denied the affair, but he could no longer turn his back on the damage his reckless lifestyle was causing at home. He entered rehab once again.
Although I didn't want to look at him and talk to him, of course, I was there to bring him to rehab. I am his wife. That's what wives do.
This time, Michael stayed in rehab for 3 weeks. And when he emerged, he seemed like a changed man.
He was humble. He found humility. And through this whole rehab process, I learned a lot.
Barbara wanted to believe that the worst was finally behind them.
Not right right now.
But little did she know that her troubles were far from over.
My eyes were glued, of course, to the television set.
After the news had hit, and he goes, Barb, really thinking of running. Do you think I should run?
By the fall of 2000, Barbara Mastromarino had seen her husband through drug addiction, the loss of his dental license, and an alleged affair.
I was just destroyed and upset and just fearful as far as an affair and everything else. But I just was so proud of him that he beat the odds.
Still, without his dental license, Michael needed a new career.
So he tried to reinvent himself, and he came up with a career for tissue recovery. It was just the perfect fit.
In 2002, Michael launched a company called Biomedical Tissue Services, which sold body tissue for transplants, research, and bone grafts. With the family's consent, tissue harvesting is legal.
It seemed that he could practice medicine without practicing medicine because it's not a live person anymore. It was tissue harvesting.
Michael partnered with several funeral homes in the area, and in a matter of months, his new enterprise took off. Once again, he seemed to have the Midas touch and a head for business.
What Michael Mastromarino was doing was paying funeral home owners here in New York $1,000 per corpse. He then sold the parts to these 3 publicly traded companies that in turn sold the parts to hospitals, doctors, and what have you, for about $17,000, $18,000. So he had a huge markup.
Before long, Michael's company was harvesting an average of 20 bodies a month.
The money started coming in, and then we were able to move from our rental to another nice home.
While basking in their good fortune, Barbara kept a tight eye on her husband. As the years went on with no sign of Michael's demons, she finally let herself believe that life was back on track.
The business was growing, and he was expanding to different places, and he was able to spend more time with us as a family. All of it was like a dream come true.
But sometimes things that seem too good to be true really are. Nearly 5 years after Michael lost his license, Barbara got another devastating call. And this time, Michael would stand to lose even more.
Michael told me that his office was being searched. I asked him why, and he said, I don't know. He said they have a warrant, and they are confiscating everything from my erasers to my lab equipment.
When Barbara pressed her husband for answers, he claimed he had no idea what was going on.
He said, no, he goes, I didn't do anything. He said, I think it has to do with my partner.
But the charge was ugly: harvesting human remains without consent. The DA claimed Michael had been doing this for years.
Michael Mastromarino, according to the authorities, was stealing bodies and body parts. And he was doing this without the permission of the next of kin, which is illegal.
Sir, can you comment on the case? Not right now.
And it wasn't long before it made headline news.
It was shockingly callous in its disregard for the sanctity of human remains.
My eyes were glued, of course, to the television set. And I phoned her, and I said, what is going on? And she said, it's going to be okay. Michael was involved with some scandal, but it wasn't him.
Every step of the way, from the moment he was searched in his office, I believed in him. I believed in him, and I believed him.
But a few months into the investigation, Michael's cool facade started to crack.
After the news had hit, he asked me to come up to the bathroom with him, and he ran the water in the shower to try to drown out sound because he thought we were being bugged at every moment. Yeah, and he goes, Barb, really thinking of running. Do you think I should run? I asked him if he was innocent. He told me yes. I said, if you run, you are a guilty man right away. And he told me, if you tell me to stay, I'll stay.
Michael stayed, and over the next few months, Barbara remained at her husband's side, while others had their doubts.
There were friends, definitely in the group, that said, is she crazy? Is she stupid?
But soon, Barbara's world would come crashing down as the gruesome truth about Michael's crimes is revealed.
There were people whose bodies he harvested who died of cancer, who had AIDS. It's abhorrent.
I was mortified. It was disgusting.
After 13 tumultuous years of marriage, Barbara Mastromarino's husband Michael stood accused of one of the most grisly crimes imaginable, body snatching.
The news was stating that he was the ghoulish mastermind behind this heinous crime. And I didn't know if it's something to even believe.
As the investigation ensued, authorities were claiming that Michael was stealing dead bodies without written consent, chopping them up, and selling the bone and tissue for top dollar.
It is simply astonishing to conceive that there were people out there stealing dead bodies.
Michael's downfall began when the funeral home was sold where much of the harvesting took place. The new owners became suspicious and called the police. What they found was something straight out of a horror film.
It was an absolute disgusting hellhole. There was blood and entrails all over the place. They had a special elevator, and the corpses would be lifted straight up to the second floor room, and in this room, they did the cutting.
And what they did in the cutting room was just plain nasty.
One of the most remarkable aspects of Michael Mastromarino's operation was that when he excavated the bone from people's bodies, what he would do then was replace that bone with plumber's flexible PVC pipe. They could dress the body so that if there was an open casket, nobody would know that the bones were missing.
By the fall of 2005, the Brooklyn DA was involved, and the case blew wide open. What Michael was doing was unimaginable. And it didn't stop there.
He was also forging papers which said the cause of death. And in the United States, you cannot use body parts of people who have died of cancer or venereal disease or AIDS.
During his 4 years in the tissue recovery business, Michael and his team dissected more than 1,000 bodies, and not all of them were healthy.
The gruesome part to me was that, according to them, they were taking tissue from unviable donors. If somebody was 85, is suddenly on paper 65. Or if somebody died of a cancer, they actually died of a heart attack.
I couldn't believe what was going on. It was something out of a 17th century novel.
In February of 2006, Michael Mastromarino was arrested. 4 days later, he was out on bail, still insisting that he had done nothing wrong.
We were still being led along that it wasn't him, it was the funeral directors. It was other people that forged documents, and he was just the guy that came in and said, oh, documents are good. I could take the tissue.
The investigation into Michael's involvement lasted almost 2 years. While Michael fought the charges and maintained his innocence, Barbara continued to stand by him.
She definitely believed he was innocent. We all did.
Then, in March of 2008, Michael finally came clean. He pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including body stealing, reckless endangerment, and enterprise corruption. Barbara had no choice but to face the cold, hard truth about her husband.
He told me, Barb, I'm guilty of it all. And I was in a state of fury. That's it. I was done.
And done she was. Immediately after Michael was convicted, Barbara Mastromarino filed for divorce.
I don't understand how a person like that can turn. So to me, it's all been a big fat lie.
When her divorce became final, Barbara got the chance to ask Michael the one question on everyone's mind.
When I asked him, why, Michael, why did you do it? He said, greed. He goes, plain and simple, Barb, it was greed. And that's all. This doesn't seem good enough.
Barbara Mastromarino will never forget the trail of heartache left behind by her once Prince Charming.
The trickle effect was so just unbelievable. The victims, they are truly victims. As far as what they've been through, they will live with that for the rest of their lives. And I wouldn't even begin to know how to apologize for something like that.
And today, Barbara's life is very different than the one she had with Michael.
My sister Barbara, she started fresh. And she's mainly focused on bettering herself. And she's writing a book. She wants people to know what they can do to empower themselves. So I like the message that she's creating.
It's a shame that I had to learn how strong I was from the experiences that I had to go through with him. And I think that hopefully looking at stories like this would help other people to really look at themselves and say, you know what, no matter what it is, I'm gonna get through it and I'm gonna be okay.
Mary Jo thought she had the perfect life.
I had a beautiful son and a beautiful daughter and this funny, exciting husband.
But her decision to marry a man named Joey Buttafuoco would have disastrous consequences.
It turned into a media circus because it was such a bizarre story.
She meant to kill me. I wasn't there to get hurt. I was there to die.
We've all heard the story, but never like this. For in matters of love and marriage, things aren't always what they seem. Growing up in a strict Irish Catholic family isn't always easy, and a couple of rules can apply. Never air your dirty laundry, and always keep up appearances.
I never aspired to be anything more than a mom. So it was ingrained in me from an early age to be a caregiver. I felt that was my destiny.
Back in 1971, destiny came calling for Mary Jo Connery when she met fellow high school student Joey Buttafuoco.
My dad was always kind of the small, little, grunty kind of guy. And then one summer, he got buffed out, and my mom just got gaga-eyed over him. And then they started dating.
What made us a good couple was that I was the steady end, and he was the clown. Every time he would go a little crazy, I was there to rein him back in.
After 5 years of dating, Mary Jo was anxious to become a Mrs.
I wanted to get married, and it was more because I felt the pressure from my parents that if you're gonna have sex, you've gotta be married.
On September 4th, 1977, Mary Jo did what all good Catholic girls do. She made it official with Joey in a church wedding.
My wedding day was a great day. I felt that I was marrying the right man.
Mary Jo and Joey were very loving to each other. Joey was very dedicated to her. And she used to always have the expression, my Joey.
The couple settled in the quaint community of Baldwin, New York, where Joey was working at the family auto body shop. Pretty soon, they were living the good life.
We did things, we were young, you go on our motorcycle and boating. We had a great time together.
But it wasn't always easy. 15 years and 2 children later, Mary Jo and Joey had weathered some serious storms. But Mary Jo was confident that the rocky times were behind them.
Everything got good. It was everything I had worked for. And I thought, I did it. We made it. We've gotten through this.
But on May 19th, 1992, Mary Jo found out just how wrong she was. The day started normally enough. The weather was lovely, so Mary Jo decided to do some work on her back porch.
I started painting, and the doorbell rang. And I could see a girl there.
The girl had a message for Mary Jo.
She told me that Joey was having an affair with her little sister. It was just unbelievable.
But that wasn't all. What came next would shock Mary Jo and an entire nation.
Were you in love with her husband?
It was like you pulled open the rock and maggots came out.
It was hell on earth. There were times when I wished I hadn't woke up.
In 1979, 13 years before a girl appeared on her doorstep, Mary Jo Buttafuoco was having the time of her life with her husband, Joey.
When we first got married, it was great. We had a lot of friends. Disco just started, so we'd go clubbing.
But before long, Joey and Mary Jo took their fun to a whole new level.
In the late 70s, cocaine got introduced into our lives. It was this great new drug, and you don't have a hangover. I mean, we bought into the hype.
But when Mary Jo became pregnant with their first child, she put the partying aside. Unfortunately, Joey carried on, and soon his behavior became unpredictable and erratic.
Everything would be wonderful, and then he'd go on a binge, and then come home with his tail between his legs, and promise it was never going to happen again.
A few years later, the Buttafuocos welcomed another child into the family. Mary Jo hoped the new addition would calm Joey down. But as time went on, things only got worse.
And he really, really started going off the deep end. And I'd give him the ultimatum, the marriage is going to end unless you stop this.
Each time, Joey promised to stop. And each time, Mary Jo chose to believe him.
I didn't want anybody to know that my life wasn't perfect. I had this funny, exciting husband, but had this deep, dark secret of a man who was a raging cokehead and would disappear for days on end.
When things looked pretty bleak, and no matter what Joey did, she always stood behind him.
And I would always make excuses. He was sick, he had to go out of town on business. I mean, it was pathetic how much I kept this in.
For Mary Jo, the biggest priority was keeping the truth about their father away from the kids.
My dad was, in my eyes as a kid, my hero. I was totally oblivious that my father had a drug problem.
As a distraction from Joey's self-destructive behavior, Mary Jo decided to search for a new home.
I thought in my infinite wisdom that if we moved out of the neighborhood we lived in and we went back to where we grew up, maybe that would help. So I went looking for a house in Massapequa.
In August of 1986, the Buttafuocos moved 10 miles east to Massapequa. and for a while, all seemed well.
It was an amazing house on the water, overlooked the bay. No one locked their doors. It was safe, and it was a perfect place to be raised.
To outsiders, the Buttafuoco's had the perfect life. But the reality was a far different story.
When we moved into the house in Massapequa, things were horrible because Joe was still addicted at this point.
By October of 1988, Mary Jo could no longer hide Joey's secret.
I told his father and his mother, if we don't put him in rehab and get him off these drugs, he's going to die.
Finally, Joey agreed to enter rehab. While he was there, Mary Jo tried to keep up appearances and shield her children from the truth.
They actually told me that he was in Disneyland, and he would call and check in, and I remember being angry, like, how come I can't go to Disneyland?
30 days later, Joey was home. Newly sober, he quickly became the most popular guy on the block.
When Joey beat the coke, he did change his life and turn his life around.
Joey was a changed man. By the summer of 1992, life for the Buttafuoco's was more normal than it had been for a long time, and Mary Jo relished it.
He got sober, and life became what I always wanted it to be. He was wonderful to me, he was great with the kids, and I was proud of him.
But little did she know that her husband had traded one addiction for another, one that would have devastating consequences for Mary Jo.
Boom. Next thing you know, my mom was on the floor.
They told my family, it doesn't look good.
By the summer of 1992, life for the Buttafuoco family seemed better than ever. And on one sunny morning in May, Mary Jo had big plans for the day.
I was gonna paint this bench that in the back that I'd been wanting to do all winter. So I got the kids off to school.
It was the first day I rode my bike to school.
I got the paint and all the equipment and went out back, and now it's like 11:30 in the morning.
Mary Jo was in the middle of her painting project when she was interrupted by the doorbell.
And I looked through, and I could see a girl there, a teenager. And I said, "Can I help you?" And she said, "Are you Mrs. Buttafuoco?"
The girl claimed her name was Anne Marie, and she was armed with some shocking news.
She told me that Joey was having an affair with her little sister. And I said, "How old are you?" And she said, "I'm 19.
But Mary Jo wasn't buying it. So Anne Marie said she had proof.
She explained to me that Joe left this T-shirt. She produced this T-shirt. And I said, "Look, Anne Marie," I said, "I'll go in the house, I'll call Joe, and I'll tell him you came by."
And with that, Mary Jo turned around to go back into the house.
She pulled out that gun, and the second that it took me to turn, and in that second it came out, I turned my head and she pulled the trigger. And that's where it landed, in the side of my head.
Next thing you know, my mom was on the floor.
Anne Marie ran off, leaving Mary Jo lying in a pool of blood on her front porch. Luckily, a neighbor spotted her soon after and called 911.
Tragedy struck in Massapequa today for Long Island housewife Mary Jo Buttafuoco.
Police tell us she was shot at point-blank range on her own front porch.
Paramedics rushed Mary Jo to the hospital, her life hanging in the balance.
When Mary Jo Buttafuoco was shot, everyone thought she was going to die. The hospital listed her in critical condition.
Doctors were not able to remove the bullet lodged in Mary Jo's skull because it was too close to her spine.
They told my family, it doesn't look good. It's a 50-50 chance.
But Mary Jo was lucky, and 3 days later, she came to.
The bullet hit on the right side and caused paralysis on the right side of my face. My jaw's broken, I can't hear, I can't stand up straight, I'm dizzy, I've lost most of my blood.
I just remember thinking, thank God my mom's alive. Not many people get second chances like that.
Mary Jo awoke to find her beloved husband Joey and several police officers at her side.
They asked me, "Do you know who did this to you?" And I nodded yes, and I had a trach tube in me and I couldn't speak. And they gave me a pad and a piece of paper.
Mary Jo scribbled down everything she could remember, and there was one detail that struck a chord with Joey.
Joe worked at the family business, Complete Auto Body. He would give out T-shirts. And I said to Joe, it was one of the new ones. And that's when he turned to the police and said, "I've only given one of these out," and I gave it to Mr. Fisher's daughter. They said, "Who's Mr. Fisher's daughter?" And he said, "Amy Fisher."
My dad made her out to be this completely delusional, crazy, in love, fatal attraction kind of teenager.
But why would this girl want to kill Mary Jo? From her hospital bed, Mary Jo asked her husband that very question.
He never denied that he didn't know her and thought she was an okay kid and liked the parents. And so when it was, then why did she shoot me? He came up with, well, then I guess she was obsessed with me because she wanted you dead.
Are you in love with her husband?
That night, police arrested Amy Fisher and interrogated her for 12 hours until she confessed to the shooting.
17-year-old Amy Fisher is charged with attempted murder.
Amy Fisher seemed to be a troubled teenager who had some huge problems and somehow found some solace in Joey Buttafuoco.
On May 22, 1992, Amy Fisher was charged with the attempted murder of Mary Jo Buttafuoco.
Amy Fisher just completely turned my world upside down. My world, my mom's world, my family's world.
11 days later, Mary Jo was released from the hospital, and her welcome wagon came in the form of the tabloid press.
We called it Amy Jo Buttafuoco story. It was like you pulled open the rock and maggots came out. We became the maggots.
2 months later, in December of 1992, Amy Fisher was officially sentenced.
Although she was initially charged with attempted murder, Amy Fisher plea bargained down to aggravated assault, and she was sentenced to 5 to 15 years in prison.
Mr. Buttafuoco's lawyer.
And the big question still lingered. Was Joey having an affair with a teenager?
Nobody believed Joey Buttafuoco. And having intercourse with a 16-year-old when you're 37 is statutory rape.
By the spring of 1993, Amy Fisher was in prison. Mary Jo Buttafuoco was trying to heal from a gunshot to the head, and Joey was still denying that he had sex with a minor.
The reaction of the reporters was, nobody believed Joey Buttafuoco.
The police didn't believe him either. And since Amy Fisher was only 16 when she and Joey allegedly had sex, the DA was ready to pursue statutory rape charges against Joey.
They had documented evidence of a hotel receipt that showed that he, in fact, had been to this hotel and he had no way to explain why he was there and what he was doing there.
I saw the motel receipt, and it looked like his handwriting.
Joey's reaction? It must have been forged.
He told me he didn't do it. And I believed him because I felt that they were against me. They had let Amy take a plea. I really felt very hurt and angry.
Despite Mary Jo's steadfast belief in her husband's innocence, in November of 1993, Joey was sentenced to 6 months in prison for the statutory rape of Amy Fisher.
I continued to stay in this marriage because I was too sick to go anywhere. I had a bullet in my head. There wasn't a thought of leaving.
Joey served 4 months and was released in March of 1994 for good behavior.
I did what I had to do to end it. I did my time, and I'm going home to my family.
When Joe came home, I thought that life was going on a sort of even keel. I mean, he went to jail, I had been shot. Nothing was ever going to be the same. But I was trying to get some normalcy back into our lives.
But Joey was never very good at normal. Before long, while on a publicity trip to LA, trouble found him.
The phone rang in the middle of the night, and it was our attorney to tell me that Joey had been arrested for soliciting a prostitute in LA. I went ballistic.
Because Joey gets arrested again, and he went back to jail.
That was the beginning of the end, but I didn't say it consciously. It was just, I had resigned myself at this point. This is the hell on earth I have to deal with for the rest of my life.
In the summer of 1996, the Buttafuocos picked up and moved to Los Angeles for a fresh start.
Back in New York, life was just completely unlivable. You know, we became this iconic pop culture phenomenon that was just so recognizable. So we had to move out to California for a new chance.
But despite the move to California, the marriage for Mary Jo and Joey was never the same. Just a few years later, Mary Jo told Joey that it was over.
People ask me, what was the straw that broke the camel's back? What finally made you leave? I was just at a point where all the reasons that I stayed weren't there anymore.
In 2003, 11 years after Joey's lover put a bullet in her head, Mary Jo and Joey Buttafuoco officially divorced.
Well, I guess it was only a matter of time, but I just selfishly, as their child, wanted them to be together forever.
I think Mary Jo, when she finally decided to break away from Joey, made a decision that was very hard for her. I think when she talks about Joey now, it's not my Joey, it's, Joey.
After the divorce, while Mary Jo moved on, Joey was still up to his old tricks. He was arrested for insurance fraud in 2003, and in 2008, a sex tape of him and his current wife was accidentally leaked.
I don't know what Joe does anymore on a daily basis. When it comes to Joe, in my brain, I'm always waiting for the other shoe to drop.
In 2005, Mary Jo underwent facial surgery to repair the damage she sustained in the shooting.
A plastic surgeon from Beverly Hills, he helped me. I mean, what you see now is not half the way I used to look. He did a lot of work on me to try to make my face more symmetrical.
Mary Jo Buttafuoco has moved on and has been happily engaged for the last 8 years to her boyfriend, Stu.
Stu is perfect for my mom because he's normal, and that's all she ever wanted. Someone who doesn't need all the drama, who doesn't need all the attention. He's just normal, cool Stu.
Give it a shot.
It's been a very long road, and one that I never thought I would be on. But I've survived it. I want other people to know that they should listen to their guts and do what they feel is right and not what somebody else thinks is right. And now I do what's right for me. I just know that I'm going in a better direction than where I came from.
It all started with a personal ad. An Australian businessman looking for love.
James just had this confidence about him.
This one's for you.
I was swept up in the excitement and the whole experience.
But the thrill would come with a price.
being married to 2 women at the same time, or 3, who knows?
It was not even like watching a movie. It was worse because it was people you knew.
Soon, Donna Anderson would learn that her husband's dashing charm was nothing but a mask for the kind of man he really was.
I couldn't believe it. It was just beyond my comprehension.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always what they seem. When you're single and looking for love in Atlantic City, sometimes finding Mr. Right can seem nearly impossible. Donna Anderson knows this truth all too well.
At the age of 26, I started my business, Donna Anderson Copywriting. So I was pretty much totally focused on making sure that my business was a success. So any social activity was definitely a lower priority.
By the summer of 1996, Donna found herself still single. With her 40th birthday rapidly approaching, she tried her hand at internet dating. Before long, an intriguing ad caught her eye.
Late 40s, Sean Connery lookalike. Ex-Green Beret, but I baby talk to my dog.
The ad was placed by a local widower, a transplanted Australian named James Montgomery. Before long, the two set up a time and place to meet.
He talked about how he had been a scriptwriter in Hollywood, and he had several businesses that he was in the process of starting. One of them was an electronic theme park for adults, and he wanted to start another television channel here in Atlantic City. So that was kind of exciting.
I think James talked a really good game. I think he thought he was pretty impressive.
The whole package sounded like amazing. I had never met anyone like it.
Wow. Donna was hooked, and the romance was off and running.
He showered me with a lot of attention. He was always sending me emails, sending poetry, cards.
This is the love of my life.
Good morning. Their relationship was clearly on a fast track. James moved at a dizzying speed. 4 days after their first date, he proposed.
And I was astounded, and I said yes. I was swept up in the excitement and of the whole experience. I felt like finally my turn had come, and the knight had shown up on his shiny horse.
Donna was sure she had found the one, and just 4 months after they met, she and James tied the knot.
Now confirm you, husband and wife. Now you make me.
The wedding was lovely. It really was. Her close friends were there. She looked beautiful. She really did.
Donna seemed happy at her wedding. She found her boyfriend, she found her lover, she found her now husband.
At one point, I was going around saying hello to all my guests, and my younger brother says, "You're the queen." And I did. I felt like the queen. It was a fabulous day.
But Donna's happily ever after wouldn't last very long. And what happened next played out just like a scene in a bad movie.
I never expected that my life would deteriorate to the point that I would be in this position. This was not at all what I agreed to.
2 years into the marriage, money was so tight for the couple that Donna decided to pawn some of her jewelry. James had been keeping her rings under lock and key.
He told me that the rings were in a lockbox in his office.
But when Donna went to find them, she stumbled upon something shocking.
So I started looking around for a lockbox, and I found it in the closet. And I absolutely could not believe what I found in that box.
Donna's discovery would shatter her world.
The whole thing was almost surreal. It was almost like, huh?
I was furious that I had been betrayed. But my immediate concern was trying to figure out a way for me to survive.
It was the fall of 1996, and after a whirlwind romance and storybook wedding, Donna Anderson and James Montgomery had all the hopes of a bright future.
James presented himself as someone who would absolutely accomplish everything that he set out to do. He just had this confidence about him. He was certain that everything he was pursuing would be fulfilled.
James had several business deals pending, but none had come to fruition, so money was tight. Supporting the couple fell to Donna.
Donna was supporting James because when he moved out of his apartment, he doesn't have to pay rent. He's freeloading on Donna. I didn't like it.
Donna not only paid the rent, but she paid for her entrepreneur husband's business trips as well.
James traveled a lot for business. He was going to trade show events to find people to get involved with the theme park. He was going to events related to the television network. He had to make these connections, so it seemed to me that it was reasonable for me to be paying for these trips.
Donna was content to support her man from the sidelines. Then, James presented her with a business proposition.
He showed me one of his proposals for the businesses, and then he says, you know, by the way, Donna, you really should invest in this. These businesses are going to be successful. They're going to make a lot of money.
Donna is conservative. She took business seriously. She had to really, truly believe in something before she would invest in it.
So I asked him, well, what would I have to do? And he said, well, $5,000 will get you several points of ownership. And so it seemed to me to be a good idea. I felt like he was looking out for me.
Then, just a few days later, James had another investment opportunity for Donna.
James learned that slot machines were going to be legalized on the ocean piers in Atlantic City. So he wanted to go buy this option on Central Pier so that anybody who wanted to put slot machines on the piers would have to deal with us.
But this time, the price tag was heftier. $20,000.
I didn't have $20,000. So he says to me, well, how much do you have? And I said, probably $10,000. And he says, okay, well, that'll be fine. I'll get the rest of the money. So I gave him the $10,000.
It was another leap of faith. But Donna was hopeful.
James conveyed the impression that it would be impossible for anything to fail or to go wrong.
But James was a little too optimistic. None of his business ventures ever seemed to pan out. He told Donna he was having trouble closing the deals. So she was left financially drained and questioning her marriage.
My first year of marriage was very confusing because, on the one hand, James continued to proclaim how much he loved me. On the other hand, we were broke. And I was making good money, and as fast as I made it, he spent it. And he didn't seem to have any concept of financial responsibility.
Then, in January of 1998, Donna made an unpleasant discovery that took her mind off any financial troubles.
James was away on a business trip, and I needed a phone number. So I went to his desk.
What Donna found stopped her dead in her tracks.
And I open up one drawer, and I find a stack of Polaroid photographs. And they're photographs of naked women. And I was like, what is this? And I was angry. This man is my husband. Why does he have pictures of naked women?
A few days later, when James returned home, Donna was waiting to confront him.
I said, what are these pictures? And he says to me that they're pictures from his past. He just keeps them for old time's sake. I was pretty upset by this. The easiest thing for me to do was believe him, so that's what I chose to do.
Donna might have accepted her husband's story, but her troubles were just beginning.
I had no idea he was that deceitful and cheating on me to that level.
I thought maybe he might have girlfriends on the side, but I didn't know he had other wives.
In January of 1999, just 2 years into her marriage, Donna Anderson was left wondering if any of her husband's business deals would ever come through.
At this point, I had probably spent $150,000 on him or something like that. I was carrying maybe $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in credit card debt.
When I first found out that she was backing everything, I was like really shocked.
I was traumatized, but I felt trapped. I felt like I had chosen this path and I had to see it through. I asked myself, what kind of wife leaves her husband because the business plans aren't working out?
Donna was committed to seeing it through, but by February 9th, 1999, the couple's financial situation was so dire that Donna had a tough time making ends meet. Seemingly determined to persevere, James set off on yet another business trip, so Donna drove him to the airport that day.
As we were driving, I asked him where were some of my rings, because I had some rings that were missing. I mean, I was actually considering taking them to a pawn shop to try and get some cash so I could buy groceries. And he told me that the rings were in a lockbox in his office.
Donna went back home, anxious to retrieve her rings.
So I open up his desk drawer and I find the key, and I open the box, and I absolutely could not believe what I found in that box. I found all this evidence that he had been scamming not only me, but 20 or 30 other women. And essentially, he funded his lifestyle by meeting women and taking their money. I started finding photographs of all these women that he was involved with and his correspondence with these different women. I mean, it was mind-boggling.
It seems James's business trips were for a different type of business entirely.
What really angered me was that I realized that he's taking all these flights, going to these places to see all these women that he's involved with, and I'm the one buying the tickets.
It was not even like watching a movie. It was worse because it was people you knew.
But as Donna continued to dig through James's safe, it had one final secret to reveal, and it was a doozy.
I found photographs of him with an infant. I found Christmas cards from the mother and James that had yet to be sent out.
James was the proud papa of a bouncing baby girl, conceived and born while James was married to Donna.
I found a birth certificate, and the birth certificate showed that James was the father of a child that had been born almost a year earlier.
During his marriage to Donna, James had managed to string along possibly as many as half a dozen women at the same time, all of them thinking they were his one and only.
I had no idea that he was that deceitful and cheating on me to that level. But actually, one of my first reactions was, now I can leave.
2 days later, Donna called James to tell him their marriage was over.
So he says, please come back. I love you. You know that I love you. And I said, no, it's over. We're done.
Those were the last words that Donna ever spoke to James Montgomery. But only 10 days later, James took his scamming to a whole new level.
I started contacting some of these other women. And one of my calls was to a woman in Florida who was a friend of the woman who he had a child with. And I was astounded. What he had done was, I left him and 10 days later, he married her. So he committed bigamy.
With this ring, I wed you.
Not only was James now a bigamist, but it wasn't even the first time.
When he married the wife before me, he was still married to the wife before her.
I, James, take thee, Kathleen.
As the layers unfolded, it was shocking.
We is married.
I thought maybe he might have girlfriends on the side, but I didn't know he had other wives.
To heaven to home,
Mistake forth from
James may have pulled the ultimate con, but Donna was about to go for the ultimate revenge. After 2.5 years of marriage to James Montgomery, Donna Anderson now had proof that James was a con man and a bigamist with possibly a half-dozen other women on the side. Somehow he had gotten away with it all this time.
I, James, take thee, Kathleen.
Come to find out, James had a secret voicemail account. So he was getting all these messages from all these different people going to this special phone number and not telling me anything that was going on.
But how did a smart businesswoman like Donna get conned?
She wanted to believe the guy. I understand he's quite intelligent, but when you're looking for somebody, you kind of overlook some things.
I was very hard on myself. I was like, how could you be so stupid? How could you be so gullible? And the reason is because of that psychological manipulation that goes on.
This is the love of my life.
It's very difficult for people who have not been in this type of relationship to understand what it's like.
This one's for you.
He was a real slob, you know what I mean? A real predator. You know, he's doing this to other women. Some lady, sooner or later, is going to go off the deep end and blow this guy's head off with a pistol, and I would call that justifiable homicide.
But Donna took the high road, and in June of 1999, she filed for divorce from James Montgomery. As part of the proceedings, Donna brought a civil suit against James for financial fraud.
James had taken from me $227,000 that I paid in his business expenses. So that was the amount that I claimed in the divorce. The judge found that he had committed fraud against me. The judge awarded me all the money that I asked for and $1 million in punitive damages.
James never showed up in court and was legally declared in default. Since he still had no income and only $517 to his name, that is all Donna ever received.
What I know now was that the whole marriage was a scam. He never loved me. For him, I was just a cash cow. I mean, he told me that he was going to be the next Walt Disney, and I guess I was Tinkerbell.
But it wasn't over yet. 4 years after her ordeal, Donna, on a lark, did an internet search on James Montgomery and came across an interesting bio.
I find a headline that says, James Montgomery, new man at the helm. He was now at a university in Australia as the manager of its radio network. And this was amazing to me because he had a job.
Since James was actually employed for once, Donna hired an Australian attorney to re-serve James her civil case.
James had stopped responding to the lawsuit, so he was declared in default, which meant that I could go ahead and push him into bankruptcy, which is what they do in Australia. But James actually saved me the trouble by declaring bankruptcy himself.
By now, the Australian media was onto his case. When Donna tipped off a group that investigates military imposters that James had been falsely posing as a war hero, he became the subject of newspaper articles and lost his job at the radio station as a result. Even though she never got her money back, Donna considers his public humiliation sweet justice.
She's just done really well. I think that she's really come full circle, and I'm happy for her.
It took Donna several years to get over her ordeal. But today, Donna has accepted the past and moved on. 5 years after her divorce from James, Donna was ready to say yes to marriage once again.
I can honestly say that I didn't know what love was until I became involved with Terry. I realize now that I was never really in love with James. I was in love with the idea of being married.
Though she's happy today, Donna will never forget the hard road she traveled. And in her book and website, Love Fraud, she has words of advice for others.
People want to think that there's good in everyone. Unfortunately, it isn't true. You know, there are people out there who are rotten to the core. They are living among us. They have no heart, no conscience, no remorse.
Jeanie Trantel seemed to have it all. 2 beautiful boys and a handsome husband.
My girlfriends were jealous. Like, everyone wanted Steve. We were adorable together.
But behind this picture-perfect marriage was a shocking secret. Jeannie's husband wasn't who she thought he was.
This was one for the books. I don't know if you'll ever see a case like this again.
Honestly, I was petrified. I was petrified of him.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always as they seem. A good marriage is built on love, trust, and honesty. But if any one of them is missing, anything can happen. And no one knows that better than Jeanie Trantel.
I'm a person who loves to laugh. It dawned on me one day, it was like the irony of my life, like what happened here?
It all began in 1990, when the fun-loving girl from Long Island was out with her friends and first laid eyes on Stephen Trantel.
He was 5'9", blonde hair, gorgeous, gorgeous light blue eyes, and we hit it off right away.
He was perfect for Jeanie because they both had that outgoing, vivacious personality. I'm like, oh, we like him.
As a commodities trader on Wall Street, Stephen had a good job and seemed to know exactly what he wanted in life. And he believed Jeanie completed the picture. 3 years after they met, Jeanie became Stephen's wife.
It was amazing. I had the most beautiful wedding dress. I remember walking up the aisle and my heart was melting.
We're about to celebrate this marriage in your presence.
They couldn't wait to do the kiss, because they're both kind of show people.
Jeanie and Stephen eventually bought a home in the close-knit community of Rockville Center, Jeannie's hometown. And before long, they were the parents of 2 beautiful boys. Jeanie quit her job in sales to stay home full-time.
Stephen was an incredible dad. He was very, very involved with the children right away.
Stephen wanted to make everybody happy, whether it was his family, his neighbor, his boss, his Little League team. that was what he wanted to do.
Proud mommy and daddy.
For Stephen, providing for his growing family appeared to be a top priority.
Stephen's main goal all the time was money, money, money. He talked about Wall Street, making it big on Wall Street all the time.
But the world of trading has its ups and downs.
One week you are flying, you have made $25,000, you're paying your mortgage, you're going on a vacation, you're going shopping, money's no problem. The next week, we're dead broke. We have nothing.
Jeanie weathered the ups and downs by finding solace in her family. Stephen had his own passion.
He loved to fish. That was his escape from life. Fishing was his relaxation, I think.
By November 28, 2003, the couple had been married for 9 years. But their perfect life together was about to change. And it all started with one of Stephen's fishing trips.
He left in the morning. I remember him walking down the stairs and then walking up the stairs again to kiss me.
Stephen left with Jeannie's Uncle Rod. They planned to return just after lunch. At noon, Stephen called to say he was almost home. But by 1:30, he still hadn't arrived.
I called Uncle Rod, and Uncle Rod said no. He dropped me off about 12 o'clock and called you. So I'm thinking, from my mother's house to my house, what could have happened to this man?
By 5 o'clock, I realized, you know what? He hasn't called her. He hasn't come home. Something is desperately, desperately wrong.
I called every hospital, asking if there was a man that came in some kind of car accident, blonde hair, blue eyes. Nothing.
By 6 p.m., Stephen had been missing for 6 hours. They were supposed to attend a wake that evening, but Jeanie had to go alone.
I was at the wake for about an hour, feeling very strange. Like, why would Stephen miss this wake? Like, he would never miss this wake. It was out of his character.
By the time Jeanie and her good friend Brooke returned home that night, Jeanie was panicked.
It was eerie out. It was dark out. And that's kind of the mood that we were in the house.
Then at 9:20 p.m., 9 hours after Jeanie last spoke to her husband, a call came in that would change her life forever.
As the caller on the other end was speaking, I watched the color drain out of Jeannie's face.
I was totally in shock.
In the summer of 2003, 9 months before receiving the call that would forever change what Jeanie Trentell believed about her husband, she noticed a change in his behavior.
It was so apparent that he was so not himself.
Stephen usually left his troubles at the office, but one day he came home in a foul mood that hung over their marriage for weeks.
He would come home and his anxiety was so high. I'd say, Steve, is everything okay? And he would always complain he was stressed at work, that the floor was stressful.
Good friends like Brooke Jones noticed the change.
Hello? He was just a happy, happy guy. And now he was a little snippy and he just wasn't himself.
He got very mean and very nasty.
Was work to blame for Stephen's unusual behavior? Or was something else going on?
Let's see, we chalked it up to an early midlife crisis, boredom, da-da-da-da-da. You think he's got a girlfriend on the side.
I said, you're definitely having a marital affair. I was really crazy about that.
Stephen denied he was having an affair. But that didn't make Jeanie feel any better.
I remember giving him my wedding ring at one point, like that next week, saying, if you don't change, here's my ring, because you're not the man I married.
I'm not a psychologist, but he just was not happy. He was not himself. Something was going on.
Then in the fall of 2003, Jeanie got her first hint of what that something might be. The mortgage company called to complain that their bill was overdue.
I said, Stephen, we're in trouble. The mortgage company called us. What's going on? He would tell me to ignore it. He's taking care of it.
You know, that really didn't signal to her like, oh my gosh, something is really, really, really wrong.
Jeanie decided to ignore the mortgage call, but she felt her marriage was still in trouble. On November 27, 2003, the family took a trip to New York City to see the Thanksgiving Day parade.
We're driving into Manhattan, and he's driving like a lunatic. And I was like, Steve, slow down. He was going in and out of the train. No, it was crazy. It was like a speed chase.
Stephen's erratic behavior only got worse later that evening.
He was so cold and so mean, I didn't even know who he was. Honestly, I was petrified. I was petrified of him. And the kids heard that night.
The day after Thanksgiving, he was his old chipper self again because he was going out fishing.
Actually, I was happy he was going away. I was so tired of him. I wanted him to get out of the house.
But Jeannie's life was about to take an unexpected turn as her world collides with a notorious criminal.
He was a bit of a risk taker. He took the wrong risk.
I was speechless.
Nine years into her marriage, Jeanie Trantel's picture-perfect life with her husband Stephen seemed to be falling apart. Meanwhile, not far from Rockville Center, Detective Sergeant James Skopek was having troubles of his own. He was trying to catch the most uncanny criminal.
The problem with this was every step I moved in the chess game was matched.
For 4 months, the man known as the Long Island bank robber had given police the runaround, easily nabbing over $65,000. Each heist was caught on tape, but police had no idea who the robber was.
If you notice, he knew where the camera was because with his baseball hat, he is now looking downward. So if you look at this first frame, he knows that cameras are running and you can't get any facial features from him whatsoever.
Skopek knew he was dealing with a suspect who'd done his research. A man who stayed ahead of the game by carefully hiding his identity under a baseball hat, glasses, and gloves. A man who pretended to be a customer with checkbook in hand. A man who waited patiently in line before handing the teller a stick-up note demanding a bag of money. And he did it all with daring panache, always staying one step ahead of police.
I'll even give you one example. I set up on the South Shore with detectives, surveillance, helicopters standing by, every bit of resources we have, and the bank gets hit on the North Shore.
Catching a thief who thinks of almost everything isn't easy. But investigators finally caught a break when the crime lab examined a stick-up note left behind at the scene of robbery number 9. This note was different than the rest.
The last note that I noticed was something that was ripped from a spiral notebook. Think for yourself, when you go to a spiral notebook, are you gonna put on your gloves and then rip that page out of the spiral notebook?
It was the mistake police had been waiting for. Lab technicians recovered a clean fingerprint, and they would soon have a name to match it. On the day after Thanksgiving, Stephen Trantel went out fishing and never returned. 9 hours after he should have been home, Jeanie was frantic. Then, a phone call finally came in.
You know when you get a real bad knot in your stomach and you're gonna throw up? just didn't even want to answer it. But I picked up the phone. He said, Mrs. Trantel?
As the caller on the other end was speaking, I watched the color drain out of Jeannie's face. I thought that Stephen, God forbid, was dead.
The news was bad, but not at all what Jeanie expected. Stephen had been pulled over by police for driving with a broken taillight. Then he was promptly arrested for something else entirely.
He said, we have Stephen in custody for robbing fleet banks all over Long Island. I didn't believe it. I said, you have the wrong man. Stephen would never rob banks.
The first thing that I did, and I'll be honest, was I almost laughed. I said, what? That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. I said, all right, who's playing a joke on you right now?
But it was no laughing matter. Stephen was not only being accused of 1 bank robbery, but 10. Jeannie's husband, the son of a retired cop, was facing charges that could land him in prison for decades.
I said, may I speak to him? So Stephen got on the phone. He said, don't worry about it, don't panic, it's not true.
Well, we all agreed that they had the wrong person and that this couldn't possibly be true.
And Jeanie was convinced he had the perfect alibi.
I would say, Steve, you have records of you working like on the floor. So I said to him, I said, of course this is gonna be fine.
So was it a case of mistaken identity, or was Stephen Trantel fooling everyone?
Do I think Stephen had it in him to do this? I don't think so.
In December 2003, a month after her husband's arrest for bank robbery, Jeanie Trantel was living a nightmare.
I did not sleep, did not eat. I was so nauseous and sick that I was totally in shock.
Investigators were certain they had the right man, but Stephen claimed he was innocent, and Jeanie was sure he could prove it.
I would say, Steve, you can clear your innocence because you have records of you working like on the floor. So I said to him, I said, of course this is gonna be fine. He would always be blank when I would say that.
Meanwhile, the evidence against Stephen was overwhelming. According to police records, Stephen had been arrested and fingerprinted back in 1984 for a DUI, and those prints matched the note left behind at the 9th robbery.
The fingerprints don't lie, so the fingerprint was a telltale sign. Then we did lineups, and he was identified by the victim tellers and witnesses on several of the banks. So we were locked. It was locked.
My dad came into my house and he said, Jeanie, I have to talk to you. We went into my den. We went on my couch and he told me, Stephen robbed the banks. He's guilty.
Jeannie's dad, a retired New York prosecutor, had reviewed the evidence and convinced Jeanie that Stephen was guilty. Jeanie also sought out some of Stephen's colleagues at the Commodities Exchange.
I had quite a few people that also came over and started saying, like, he wasn't on the floor. I had people that used to work with him that said he's been missing for months. No one knew where he was. So I started getting angry at Stephen because he wasn't telling me the truth.
Finally, after weeks of crying foul, Stephen came clean. He had been banned from the New York Commodity Exchange 4 months earlier for losing too much money. But that's not all he confessed to.
That's when I had to, like, really pull it out of him. And he said he did it. He ran out of money. He didn't know where to go. He was in fear. He was stuck. We were losing our house, and he thought to himself, one day, I have to rob a bank. And that's what he did. Every day he got up, he put on his work clothes, and I gave him his lunch. I kissed him goodbye. And he would call me during the day, talk about work, it's so stressful. But really, the guy was out robbing banks.
According to investigators, Stephen carefully studied the ins and outs of bank robbery at a local library before making his first heist. Almost every time, the plan was the same. Stephen walked into a bank as a customer, then within seconds walked out with a bag of money, dumped his disguise in the trash, then calmly walked away sipping a cup of coffee.
I mean, he was very, very good at it, actually. I mean, he was up until he was caught. You know, he was good at keeping his clues hidden, and he lived a life of a lie for a long time.
And all along, Jeanie was completely fooled.
I'm sure there were so many people in this town that thought, how didn't she know? But I did not know. I did not know. Stephen wanted his life to be perfect. He wanted this house in Rockville Center. He wanted his boys to have everything. He did want me to have everything. I have to say he did.
But instead of enjoying the good life, Stephen was sentenced to 9 years behind bars.
I still, to this day, can't wrap my whole brain around what happened. That why wouldn't he choose me to talk to and just tell me what was really happening? Because it could have been worked out.
Jeanie knew the fairy tale was over. In May of 2004, she divorced Stephen shortly after he went to prison.
What I would have ever thought on my wedding day, when I took my vows, that, by the way, in the future, you will be, having a husband in prison, and these kids will lose their dad to prison, I would never believe it.
Ironically, Stephen's arrest came just 3 weeks after the couple attended a Halloween party in jailbird costumes. After years of letting her husband call the shots, today, Jeanie is fully in charge.
I'm working 3 jobs to pay the bills and the mortgage, and I know what it's like out there.
Jeanie went from being someone who was always taken care of. Now, she was the person who was taking care of the boys. So that was a dramatic 360 for her.
I'm a changed person now. There's no going back to what I was.
With her eyes wide open, Jeanie Trentel now knows that in love and life, anything can happen.
How would somebody think, being with somebody for 10 years, married to, your closest friend, sleeping with him every night, having these 2 kids, that he was living another life? But it can happen, it can. And it does happen. It's real, it's reality.
Iraqi war veteran Joe Wood believed that his long-distance love, Shauna Keith, was the perfect woman.
She totally blew my mind. I thought she was an incredible person. I was totally swept off my feet.
But once they were married, Joe began to suspect that his beautiful new bride had a shockingly ugly side.
Shauna was very good at making you believe.
I'm thinking I've got multiple cases of bigamy.
You get hit by a brick wall, that's about how it felt. I didn't want to believe it.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always as they seem. In June of 2004, Army Specialist Joe Wood was on leave for a month in Phoenix, Arizona, trying to find some peace of mind.
I just got back from Iraq, and I've been kind of by myself for a while, and I was still kind of jittery after being overseas.
Looking to get out of the house, Joe ended up at the local mall. And there he met a charming young woman named Shauna.
I was in uniform, me and a couple friends. We were eating at the food court, and, she introduced herself. She was real forward. She was telling me about herself.
24-year-old Shauna Keith was a young divorcee who said she worked as a manager for a well-known clothing retailer. She was in town on business from Oregon and made quite an impression on Joe.
She told me about her accomplishments. She went to college, and she got a degree in fashion design and also business, which kind of blew me away at her age. It's like I was totally swept off my feet.
But Joe was disappointed to learn that Shauna wouldn't be in town very long.
Shauna was in town for a seminar for like a week or so. So we swapped email and did the phone number.
A month later, back on base in Colorado, Joe logged onto his email account and saw Shauna's name.
One day I happened to get online, and there she was. Well, I was kind of excited, like, cool,
Through phone calls and email, their long-distance relationship began to take off.
We started talking about more personal things. We started doing the phone calls at night. And after time, we just started getting closer.
We came back talking about Shauna, this new girl, and she was this big, success, and he was having a lot of fun with her, so I was happy for him.
A little over a year after they first met, Shauna finally visited Joe in Colorado Springs. And just 2 months later, on September 12, 2005, they were married in a Colorado courthouse.
Our wedding day was very, as you would say, nerve-wracking. When the judge asked me to repeat after him, I couldn't even do it. I was just tongue-tied. He laughed at me and said, "It's common."
He showed up married, and my jaw just hit the floor. I just shook his hand and said, "Congratulations."
Just a week after they tied the knot, Shauna headed back to Oregon to collect her things.
Shauna said she had to go back to Oregon to finalize some paperwork with the company she worked for because she said she was transferring to Colorado.
But as soon as Shauna arrived back in Oregon, she called Joe with some bad news. Her company was holding up her transfer, and she needed to stay in Oregon longer than expected. As the weeks dragged on, Joe's frustration grew.
At that point, me and her had gotten a fight. I told her, "You got all these great credentials. You can find another job just like that." I was very upset with the situation, and I told her, "You either need to come down here or we're done."
It was the first of several heated phone calls. But then, a month later, Shauna suddenly appeared.
I was taking my trash out from the barracks, and she came in a cab. It just shocked me. She had this little bitty bag with her, and I was like, "Where's your stuff?" She says, "I let it go, I don't care. We can get new stuff. I make enough money, everything's done, everything's taken care of." I was like, "Okay, cool."
And when they were finally alone, Joe and Shauna discussed some very unexpected news.
She said she was pregnant, which really shocked me. I was overwhelmed, I always wanted to have my own family. And it was just like, boom, it's there. So at that point in time, I just wanted to focus on getting everything situated.
But then, less than a month later, something odd began to happen with their finances.
Shauna took over on her bank account and took care of all the bills and whatnot. And every time I tried to pull some money out for lunch or something, we're vastly in the negative.
And when he took a closer look, Joe discovered that all his financial troubles seemed to have started right about the time Shauna moved in.
I'd ask her what's going on, where's all our money at? She said she makes about $1,500 every 2 weeks. Okay, whatever, where's it at?
Joe would soon have answers to his questions, and he's about to learn the truth about Shauna's real business.
I've never seen someone so manipulative.
She was a dangerous person, and she needed to be stopped.
In November 2005, only 2 months after his wedding, Joe Wood discovered that he was in serious financial trouble. He couldn't help but wonder if his pregnant wife, Shauna, had a hand in the mess.
I'd ask her, why are we so negative? And then she would say that it had to be identity theft because there was money in the account.
He started falling behind on bills, things aren't getting paid. Joe was really good about paying on time, but once he gave all the reins to her, everything just fell apart.
Luckily, Shauna seemed to have a plan to fix the problem, and Joe had good reason to believe in her resolve.
She had a business degree, and she worked for a very reputable company. Who wouldn't trust her, you know what I mean? As her husband, I didn't see any issue not to.
With his wife on the case, Joe assumed that things would get better. But instead, just before Christmas, he got a call that his finances had gone from bad to worse.
So at that point, I actually took Shauna to the bank because I wanted to know what was going on. That's a lot of money just getting thrown out the window, and I don't know where it's going, and she's not giving me any answers.
From the moment they arrived at the bank, Joe could tell that something with Shauna wasn't quite right.
Shauna started making all kinds of excuses that we need to leave.
Then Shauna's behavior got even more bizarre.
We were sitting down with the manager. The manager made some phone calls because the money was pulled from an ATM machine. And at that point, I was like, great, they got cameras. I want to know who it is. And Shauna starts flipping out. She starts yelling at the bank manager, started yelling at me, making all kinds of excuses.
Nothing Joe did could calm Shauna down.
She was just very belligerent and very violent. I literally had to drag her out of the bank. We were leaving, and I started saying, what are you doing? Why are you acting like this?
As soon as they were home, in between tears, Shauna blamed her behavior on hormones and the stress of her pregnancy. Joe wanted to believe his wife, but the situation was taking its toll.
Joe wasn't his regular self. His attitude changed. He's more depressed and stressed out. And being his friend, I was able to see that something was wrong.
Then, over Christmas, an issue with Shauna's pregnancy added to their troubles.
And she came out of the bathroom, and she had like fluid on her leg, and said we had a problem, so we actually called an ambulance.
At the hospital, doctors examined Shauna, but couldn't find anything wrong. And they had another piece of information to share.
The doctor said that the baby was going to be born mid-June. At that point, I was sitting there doing the math, and I looked at Shauna. I said, that's not right. It can't be.
Based on the dates the doctors provided, Joe had a hunch he and Shauna weren't even in the same town when the baby was likely conceived.
She had said, it's just an estimated date. It's not necessarily true. It could be earlier. It's just a guess. So that was just another thing to add to the fire.
Then, only a few days later, Joe's trusting nature was tested again.
My command sergeant major got a phone call from Seaport Auto saying Shauna wrote a hot check for $1,500 and wanted to know where their car was. So my boss came up to me going, what's going on? And I said, I have no idea. So I got the phone number to the gentleman that called, and he explained to me that he had talked to her mom a little bit. And I was like, really? I said, is there a chance I can get her number?
Joe had never met Shauna's mother and was surprised to see her listed as a reference at the dealership. He wasted no time giving her a call.
Hello?
I called her mom, and I was like, I'm Shauna's husband. And all she could say was, I'm sorry.
I understand.
And what Joe was about to hear next would unravel his new marriage completely.
Shauna's mom confirmed my worst fears.
I don't think I could be able to deal with that. If it were me, I'd kill her.
In January 2006, Joe Wood picked up the phone to speak to his mother-in-law for the very first time.
At that point, I was just furious, but I was trying to keep my composure with everything that's going on.
And when Shauna's mother answered the call, she seemed a far cry from the woman Shauna had described.
Shauna didn't really explain too much about her mom and her family life. All she said was that her mom was very disgruntled, very agitated. She didn't really want to be involved. But Shauna's mom was a very nice person. She was very helpful in what was going on.
I was a little shocked when I first heard from him. I just asked about how they met, when they got married. Then he proceeded to tell me what things had been happening.
One by one, the web of lies Shauna had told Joe over the past year and a half was torn apart.
Shauna's mom did confirm my worst fears. She had no degree. She totally lied about who she was. She totally lied about her background. She lied about everything.
Far from being the accomplished young woman Joe thought he had married, it seemed that Shauna had made her way through the world by exploiting vulnerable young men.
She would meet somebody. Generally, they would have very distant family ties. So there wasn't a lot of people for her to compete with. After that, generally, the financial things would start to get a little strained. Money would go rather quickly.
I was hurt, as well as being angry. You know, when you get hit by a brick wall and you're just kind of stuttering and you're looking around for a minute, that's about how it felt. I didn't want to believe it.
Joe began to question everything that Shauna had told him. And one thing in particular stood out: Shauna's pregnancy.
I known it wasn't my kid after the doctor, and I was to the point where it was very serious. She was a dangerous person, and she needed to be stopped.
I felt really sorry for him, you know, having come back from Iraq and wanted a family and wanted basically the perfect life.
In January of 2006, only 4 months after they were married, Joe filed for an annulment from Shauna and moved out. But he couldn't sever his ties completely. Shauna remained in their military housing, and her expenses were still his burden.
I had to pay Shauna almost $600 a month as a spousal thing because we had a thing called BAH. It's basically like a basic housing allowance.
Then, 6 months later, Shauna suddenly disappeared. But she didn't leave empty-handed.
We got to work one day, and he said that she took off, and she took off with his truck. So she wasn't to be found. The money was gone, his truck was gone.
And that wasn't all. Joe had received some disturbing news in the mail.
I had received a letter from housing saying that our house was destroyed.
When Joe went in to investigate, he couldn't believe what he saw.
The blinds were trashed. The basement was full of dog feces. There was old food left out on the stove. I basically had to replace the carpet, the blinds, and I had to pay him to come in and repaint the place.
Shauna had left more than just a mess in her wake. Joe believes she ruined his military career.
My supervisor was in the process of getting me out processed from the military because of her, because he said that my job was unsatisfactory due to her.
Joe wanted to be that hard-charging military guy. He wanted to retire as a military, but it took a lot for Joe to get through that, and it ruined his career.
In the summer of 2006, Shauna gave birth to a baby boy who ended up in her mother's care. A year later, Joe continued to sort through his financial mess and was about to get one last surprise.
She's just a straight con artist. I mean, the list just goes farther and farther.
Shauna had taken her scheming to a whole new level.
Well, I'm thinking I've got multiple cases of bigamy.
In the summer of 2007, 18 months after he filed for an annulment from Shauna, Joe Wood was still digging out of the financial mess wrought by his ex-wife.
She was very good at lying. She just totally rolled me over and took me for everything that I had.
But that summer, another woman walked into Joe's life. And this time, it was someone he could trust.
I had known Amber since we were kids. And we just happened to link back up, and we went to movies and laughed and had a good time.
By the end of 2008, Joe and Amber were married. But no sooner had he picked up the pieces than a shocking call about Shauna came in.
The gentleman called me and basically asked me if I was married to Shauna Keith. He'd found some documentation of mine, and he was married to her. He was a service member, and he's basically gone through what I just did.
We had no idea that this had occurred after him or that Shauna had done that to anyone else. So he was very, very shocked to find out.
Only a few months after leaving Joe, Shauna had apparently found a new victim. And that wasn't all.
I Googled her name, and 20 stories came up calling her a bigamist, and that there was several men involved after Joe that she was married to all at the same time.
It seems the story of Shauna Keith was far bigger than the mess she'd made of Joe's life. And in Walton County, Georgia, Detective Jim Mays was trying to track her down.
The victim in this case had contacted the Walton County Sheriff's Office regarding some fraudulent materials that she found in her house. She said that her brother had married an individual, and this individual, who wound up being Shauna Keith, had made a copy of the victim's driver's license. And she had superimposed her picture over the driver's license. And when I ran Shauna's name, I found multiple hits under various names, social security numbers, and dates of birth.
As the investigation ensued, Detective Mays discovered that Shauna had left a trail of aliases and broken hearts across the country.
Shauna was married to an Army sergeant at Fort Knox, Kentucky. While married to this individual, she met and married another Army personnel in Fort Riley, Kansas. She had been married 5 times in a 2-year period, and all of them military personnel.
Shauna had her own little world, her lie, with each person, different lie, and when they'd start questioning it and things weren't going her way, what she'd do is she'd pack up and run, take their identity with them and go to the next guy.
But on January 5th, 2008, Shauna's number was finally up. The stolen vehicle she had been driving was spotted in front of an apartment complex in South Carolina.
She was living in an apartment with another Marine. They went to the apartment where she was. They checked her name, and they found that she was wanted in Georgia on my warrant.
Less than a week later, Shauna was extradited to Georgia, where she faced 12 counts of bigamy and fraud.
First question, are you still married?
Not to my knowledge to anyone.
Shauna denied all the charges against her. She denied even knowing the individuals that I named to her that she was still married to. Shauna was in a total state of denial. Were y'all legally married?
No, we were never married.
When I got the call that she had been arrested and that she was being charged in Georgia, it was almost a relief because at least I knew where she was and she couldn't hurt anybody else.
5 months later, in June of 2008, Shauna Keith pled guilty to all 12 counts. She is now serving 15 years behind bars.
I don't see any remorse. If it's there, I've never seen it. This person that created the havoc for these individuals is where she needs to be.
Honestly, I think she's a monster. She is a monster, and she needs to stay behind bars.
It's been over 4 years since Joe Wood last spoke to Shauna Keith. But today, he and Amber are still dealing with the fallout.
What Shauna did to Joe is still around, mainly in our finances, anytime we want to do anything or buy anything. So yes, it haunts us on a regular basis. The fact that we can't go out and buy a house for our family, things like that.
Her trial and sentencing was kind of fulfilling. Made me feel better, but again, it doesn't replace the damage that she'd done. Me and my family have to suffer for her selfishness. And there's other families that are suffering right now because of her.
In spite of the past, Joe has found solace in his new family and has high hopes for a future when his ex-wife no longer haunts him.
I have a beautiful daughter. Amelia is my world. I got a very caring wife. She takes good care of me. She slaps me around when I need it. I'm very grateful for what I got.